Good evening, and thank you for joining us for this regularly scheduled board meeting of the Ventura Unified School District Board of Education. My name is Sabrina Rodriguez, and I am serving as president for about the next 10 minutes. But I get the pleasure of opening the meeting. So would you please join me in standing for the Pledge of Allegiance? Thank you. Ms. Dawn, would you please call roll?
Sure, I'd be happy to. President Sabrina Rodriguez.
Here.
Vice President Dr. Jerry Dannenberg.
Here.
Trustee Mr. Calvin Peterson.
Here.
Trustee Mr. James Forsythe.
Here.
Trustee Miss Alicia Levere.
Here.
Superintendent Dr. Antonio Castro.
Here.
Student Board Member Davina Miranda.
Here.
Student Board Member Dan Mendoza.
Here.
And Student Board Member Emily Sahadi.
Here.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. The board has just returned from closed session where no action was taken. This brings us to the superintendent's report.
Okay, thank you, President Rodriguez. I'm just going to move into our good news portion of the agenda, and it looks like we have that up on the screen. So as we typically do every other meeting, we highlight some gratitude award winners and recognitions. I have three that I'll be reading tonight. The first one is Jasmine Cortez, Office Manager, Lemon Grove. Jasmine is noted as being just an incredible person. She's the first person that people see when they come into the office, is consistently always welcoming to every person that visits the campus, regardless of the reason for being there. She's one of those people who continually goes above and beyond everyone that she comes in contact with. She's loving, caring, patient, and this individual feels that she is deserving of this recognition. So if we can, let's share our appreciation for Jasmine Cortez. Please join me. The next individual to be recognized is Katie Cogburn here at the ESC in Human Resources. Katie is recognized as being, again, doing an incredible job of working with the sites to organize interviews, thorough in the hiring process for placing classified subs and vacancies. In the area of special education, with paraeducators, this person was incredibly grateful for the ongoing and thorough and consistent communication with the schools. Because of her dedication of what is going on, her focus on what is best for students, and she's consistently supporting those who are in the classroom or closest to it with producing quality people. So please join me in thanking Katie for her service. And lastly, we have Carrie Robinson, teacher at Pierpont Elementary. She's noted as being special in her ability to bring out the best in every child. She has a master's in special education and uses it to successfully reach even the most difficult child or child with the most difficulties. She loves her students in a long return after having been at the high school. She is a special education teacher who makes a difference and a teacher who clearly loves her job on a daily basis. And so that is our last recognition for Carrie Robinson. Thank you very much. Thank you, and that's all.
Great, thank you. This brings us to our student board reports. First up, from Buena High School, we have Davina Miranda.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. I'd first like to start by talking about our Dia de los Muertos event. It took place on November 1st from 6 to 8 p.m. And many of the students that are in our cultural languages classes, specifically Spanish classes, showcased their ofrendas that they made to honor their loved ones, and they were dancers and food. We also had our recent play, which was A Midnight Summer's Dream. The play took place from November 9th to November 18th, and the play was a huge success for the Buena Theater community. We also had a family science night hosted by our Science League. It was on December 1st from 6 to 8 p.m., and families were encouraged to come and do experiments and view demonstrations done by the students. We also had our blood drive. It took place on November 9th. Participants were given a $10 gift card, free snacks, and a t-shirt. This was provided by the Red Cross. And in the end, everyone who participated was entered into a raffle to win Knott's Berry Farm tickets, which was also provided by the Red Cross. And then the Have a Heart annual clothing drive is hosted by BSU. The last day to donate is December 13th, and they are collecting gently used clothes and undergarments for the unhoused community of Ventura. We also just had our food fair, and it took place on December 6th, and it was a huge success for those who participated, and many sold out, including the booth I was working at, which was senior class, and we sold Subway sandwiches, and we sold out in like 15 minutes. And then we also had application workshops. There was Common App, UC, CSU, just to support the students in their time of applying, because I can speak from experience, it's usually very nerve-wracking, so we wanted to be there to support the students, and I really appreciate everyone who participated in that. And then if you did show proof of a completed CSU, UC, Common App, or military application, you were rewarded with ice cream by Mr. Softy. And then ASB is hosting their canned food drive. And in order for the school to win, the school has to accumulate at least 400 cans to win a churro truck. So that's the prize. And so far, senior class is in the lead. And the last day to turn in cans is the 19th, and then we will be counting all the cans on the 20th. And that'll be all. Thank you.
Thank you. I had a chance to see Midsummer, and it was amazing. And I'm not a huge Shakespeare fan, so the fact that I loved it says that it was a great production. Okay, Dan, do you want to let us know what's going on at Pacific?
Of course I do. All right. So, good evening, you guys. Today for our enrollment update on Pacific, we got 214 students, and we got 26 openings. So, holla at your boy if you guys want to go to Pacific. And, all right. Our quarter one Renaissance highlights, 76 of PHS students earned Renaissance honors, which means they earned 20 or more credits in quarter one. Y'all see that? That's my name right there. Hey, that's what's up. I wouldn't be able to do it without this amazing staff at PHS. As well, attendance highlights, average quarter one attendance, 81%, as well. 75% is excellent for continuation in school, which is pretty great. And college and career data at PHS, 52 students currently enrolled in BC, OC, and MC, including our site, English BO1A, and two students enrolled at the Career Education Center in Camarillo, as well 9 students consider Lou Ross. Lou Ross is really cool. Like, who wouldn't want to go to Lou Ross? As well, 2 students pursuing military. Man, we got something like that right now. All right. And our first PHS graduate class of 2024, Natalie Hernandez. Hey, that's right, that's my homie right there. All right. 25th annual Thanksgiving feast and homework competitions, as well as we had a centerpiece competition and the no hands eating. I was a participant for that. I don't know why they didn't get me on there, but that was a really cool and fun experience. It was really fun and very inclusive with all the students. As well, we got to trap the teacher, and it was really fun. And our Dia de los Muertos, we got to have each student or whoever wants to bring their pictures up to the ofrenda, and as well, we got a lot of pictures with the students and the teachers in the homerooms, and that was really exciting to see everyone just gather up and have fun. And ASB Interact Service Project Research with District Attorney Eric Nazarenko and Chief Scott Whitney. Upcoming at PHS, flag football game versus Renaissance High School. That happened today. Okay, y'all better not ask if we won or lost. You guys, no, I don't want to even go into depth with that. Like, it's, nah. Health and Wellness Fair this Wednesday, 12 from 12 to 1 p.m. And ASB Interact Club presents at the Rotary meeting this Wednesday, ELAC meeting this Thursday, 5:30 to 7 p.m. and dinner included. I do know what is included for dinner, so like I said, holla at me if you guys want to know. But if you guys want to keep it a surprise, come. It's gonna be really good, the dinner. I'm just saying. And all PHS students and teachers will be touring the. This is a German word, y'all, so don't blame me if I say this wrong. Auschwitz exhibit at the Ronald Reagan Library next week, the 12/19 and the 12/20 and the 12 of the 21. And thank you guys.
Congratulations on all those credits earned. That's great. Okay, and last but certainly not least, Emily, let us know what's going on at Ventura.
Thank you. Good evening, VUSD board members and community members. This is the Ventura High School Fall Recap for the months of October and November, and today we're going to be highlighting VUSD student strengths, achievement and culture, and climate on campus. So the last time I spoke, we were preparing for our homecoming dance. So we had over 900 students in attendance. The theme was Enchanted Garden. It was a huge success. Students had options to purchase PTSA snacks and boba. And then our football game theme was Scare Away Breast Cancer, wear pink or a Halloween costume. And our football team had a huge win, 56-0 against CI. So congratulations to them. So we had our food fair, so it was an opportunity for clubs to fundraise. Students had options from over 30 clubs and teams, and they had tons of exposure to different cultural foods. In addition, we also had our blood drive, so over 100 students donated blood to the Red Cross, and our Red Cross club on campus taught CPR to students in line. So really great educational experience. We also had our cardboard boat race. This is a personal favorite. It's a VHS long-standing tradition. We had over 20 teams participate. Students got to have 3 periods to build their boat, and they got to race it across the school pool at lunch. And the whole school comes and watches and cheers on their friends. So personal favorite there. So for club spotlights, the Model UN attended their first conference over the weekend, which was a huge success. Interact went coach shopping for families in need, along with Foothill High School, so that was a fun collab. Our Greener World Action Team, GWAT, had their first beach cleanup, and Key Club volunteered at the Santa to the Sea Marathon over the weekend as well. For our athletic spotlight, a huge congratulations to our VHS girls cross country team for a state championship. Those girls worked so hard, and they deserve a round of applause. And of course, our boys cross-country team also won 2nd place at state. So amazing job, both teams. They made our school proud. Girls water polo received 2nd in the Mistletoe Classic tournament. Girls soccer is starting off the season with 3 wins. Boys soccer had a huge win against Moore Park, and girls basketball finished with a 3-0 win in the Oxnard Winter Tournament. So excellent job. Our drama department had a very busy season. They had their fall play, Discovering Amelia. It was in the first 2 weeks of November in the Little Theater, and they had a full house on opening and closing night. And then over the past weekend, they had a performance from their improv troupe. So it was the first improv show of the year. They had over 200 students participate, and this is a favorite among drama students and students at Ventura alike. We had our Vigil for Hope. So this event was hosted by Model UN, and it's to honor the loss of innocent life with all the wars going on in the Middle East. So it highlighted Israeli and Palestinian voices. Our floral design classes created symbolic centerpieces for our tables. We had a moment of silence, and we paid our respects to victims of hate crimes in the past 2 months. And then the event took place during lunch. So students got to walk around and pay their respects. And then as for upcoming events, we have tons going on in the month of December. We have our ARC Special Needs Gift Exchange. We had our VHS holiday. We have our VHS Holiday Extravaganza Spirit Week. This Friday, we have our Winter Sports Rally. We have dreidels with Adam Sandler next week. We have candy canes and hot chocolate. Cookie on the Shelf, which is a rendition of Elf on the Shelf, so students will be able to find Cookie and receive a prize. This Thursday, we have Las Posadas with Mecha and the TWI programs on campus. And then, of course, which is also a really fun favorite, holiday caroling with the foreign language departments on campus. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Do you want to give us any hints on where Coogie is going to be during the week?
I'll keep that as a surprise.
Okay, thank you all for your reports. Really appreciate it. It's always great to hear what's going on the campuses. So under our next item, correspondence, I did receive correspondence from the Ventura County Office of Education, and they just wanted to let us know that they have completed the annual Williams Settlement Report for the 22-23 fiscal year, determining that students have sufficient instructional materials, school facilities are clean, safe, and functional, and teachers have proper classroom assignments and certifications, as well as accuracy of our school accountability report card. So I will, this will be part of the record, but if you guys would like to see it, I will share it with you. And that brings us to public comments. So I have, I have 6 public comments on, these are general public comments, not on an agendized item. Thank you. Make that 7 public comments, not on agendized items. And Ms. Quiros will share a little bit of guidance.
Thank you. Good evening. You will have 3 minutes to speak this evening. I will give you a 30-second warning, and the timer will indicate when time is up. The governing board recognizes the impact that civility has in the effective operation of our district, including its role in creating a safe and positive school climate and enabling a focus on student well-being, learning, and achievement. The board believes that each person should be treated with dignity and respect in their interactions with the school community. The board understands that the First Amendment provides strong protection for speech. However, the board expects that all speech, expression, and action will follow the norms of civil behavior on district grounds, in district facilities, during district activities, meetings, and events, and in the use of district electronic digital systems and platforms. Please remember that this meeting is streaming live, and we do have students that attend and watch our meetings, so please keep language as respectful as possible. President Rodriguez, if you'll call our first speaker.
Great, thank you. I have up first Ariel Montejano, followed by Barbara Brown.
Okay. Hello, my name is Ariel Montejano and I'm from Foothill, while also president of the Student Site Council. Today I've come here to support the teachers from my school. They have been working with less prep time than other schools like Buena and Ventura. In fact, my teachers have half the prep time than the other high schools. To put this in perspective, teachers from Buena and Ventura get 3.5 weeks less prep time. 3.5 weeks more prep time than Foothill teachers. This prevents them from having time to create labs, less time to set up for their classes, and these teachers are exhausted from what little prep time they have. Their contract says teachers at Foothill need to work 6 out of the 7 classes in a day, while other teachers from Buena and Ventura need to work 5 out of the 7 classes. Although you can say my teachers have block schedules, well, so do Ventura and Buena now. Ventura and Buena teachers can have prep time every day, while my teachers have prep time every other day. Do you see the unfairness towards my teachers? My teachers have small classes. They have an average class of about 30+ students. Without having the prep time they need, the teachers can't grade to their full extent and give notes on kids' papers who need constructive criticism to learn. My fellow students and teachers are not asking to get paid more than the other high schools. They are just wanting to have equal prep time and change their contracts so that teachers can have the 5-on-7 so that they can be equal. Recently, Student Site Council voted to keep the bell schedule the same rather than change it to the exact same block schedule as Ventura and Buena. Gina Wolowitz, the Assistant Superintendent of Human Resources, told me your school does not need to change their schedule to match Buena and Ventura so that teachers can get the 5-on-7 because it does not correlate. The only reason why the teachers were trying to change the schedule was because the negotiation team of your unified school district said they would have more of an opportunity to get the 5-on-7. Please help us correct this inequity. My teachers are in need of dire help. Please and thank you.
Thank you, Ariel. Ms. Brown, you'll be followed by Kathy Bremer.
Good evening. Can you hear me? I'm usually not at the right level for the microphones. So my name is Barbara Brown, and I am the co-founder of the Ventura Tree Alliance. Our goals are to replace the many trees lost due to drought, the Thomas Fire, and development in Ventura. Because of the catastrophic loss of trees in California, a significant 18 million trees in 4 years during the drought, and another whopping 36 million in 2022 alone, the state and other organizations have recognized the significance of these problems and created grants available to plant trees in public places, specifically in schoolyards. We've applied for a grant through Relief in the Southern California Edison. The requirements include underserved schools and schools that have a low tree canopy. We think Elmhurst is a good option. With a poor 4% tree canopy, it's also a Title I school. We'd like to plant 15 to 20 trees and create an educational event for students on Arbor Day in 2024. We're partnering with the College Area Community Council and Mini Nature Reserve. We've talked to the principal at Elmhurst, and she's very enthusiastic about it. We've been trying to plant trees on school campuses for several years now. We're surprised at how difficult it is to do this. So we're trying to figure out a solution that's best for everyone. Of late, we've looked into some local best practices on school grounds. Part of this has to do with creating a tree culture where people understand the value of trees and the importance of trees in children's health. But another part, similar to what VUSD faces, is maintenance. Santa Paula School District, for example, is in the process of purchasing a robotic mower, an innovative solution that allows technology to solve that problem. Trees, through transpiration, cool the air that shade shelters don't. You can sit under a tree and you will actually be cooler. If you sit under a shade structure, you won't be cooler, you'll just be shaded from the sun. Trees also reduce the cost of air conditioning and energy use. And this is very important as our temperatures increase. So we have a high likelihood of receiving the grant. But
30
of course
seconds.
we can't do it without your help. Thank you.
Thank you, Barbara. Kathy, you'll be followed by Nancy O'Rourke.
Kathy Bremer. I am here to support the Ventura Tree Alliance efforts to plant trees on Ventura Unified campuses. Please support the planting of trees. They provide shade and enjoyment for students and staff alike. They're also an important piece of our local climate efforts. And when you plan projects on campuses, please avoid removal of existing mature or established trees on all campuses. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy. Nancy, you'll be followed by Christy Weir.
I am Nancy O'Rourke, and I've been an educator for 38 years, and I'm now retired. And I would like to say that teachers are doing many things well these days. One example, all teachers know how to differentiate instruction. And that's so all children can learn. This happens every day in the classroom. But does this differentiation apply to outside the classroom? What choices do children have for playing? Well, it's usually two choices, asphalt or grass. So the question is, can we do more for children to provide multiple areas of use during playtime? Are there varied spaces for children to play? Are there places for children to sit under a tree? Is there plenty of shade and nature for children to enjoy? Educational research shows that children are healthier, they are increased their attentiveness, and they have a better ability to regulate emotions when they can play and learn outdoors. So I am part of the Ventura Tree Alliance, and we've looked at the tree canopy of some of Ventura's elementary schools. So where are the trees on school grounds? Well, they're in front, and they're in the parking lots, and children can't use those areas for play. And we're interested in trees that children can use in the play areas. At one school, we estimated the very large play area to have a 4% tree canopy, shade canopy. So we need trees to protect children from extreme temperatures and sun exposure. By providing trees and vegetation, we create cooler and shadier places. And when these trees are mature, it will provide an important natural environment for children to enjoy and learn. So this is Ventura. Things grow well in Ventura. We can change the environment of our playgrounds. By planting trees, we can improve the mental and emotional and physical well-being of children. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Nancy. Christy, you'll be followed by Ann Garrow.
Good evening. Do any of you remember as a kid planting a tree on Arbor Day? I did. And then watching the tree grow, and then later on in life showing your kids, like I was little and we planted this tree and now it's huge and mature. That is our goal, the Ventura Tree Alliance. We've planted a lot of trees so far in town, some on streets, some in city parks, and we'd love to partner with the school district to help pay for the trees, help choose the trees, and actually we can help provide volunteers as well to help plant them. We have provided a kind of a plan at Loma Vista where we understand the maintenance people don't want to have trees in the way of mowing. So we have plans where we make planting areas around the edges or in the middle that have lots of area of mulch so that the mowing doesn't have to get in the way of the trees and it's not an extra issue there. At Loma Vista, we had a plan where we were going to put clusters of trees along the street, along Loma Vista, where you have that huge grassy area with like no shade out front. We'd love to partner with you on that. The plan has been submitted to Loma Vista, the species of the trees, the location, and we have a nursery called Devil Mountain Nursery here, and it's actually out in Fillmore that has amazing specimens of trees. We've planted many of their trees and haven't lost one. They're growing, they're beautiful, they're healthy. We are very much looking forward to working with you for this Arbor Day. Arbor Day is a great chance for kids to learn about trees and plant some. And as the other speaker said, Elmhurst, my kids went to Elmhurst, and I think when they went there, it was like many years ago, there were more trees more shade than there is now. I think campus has lost some trees. So we'd love to help you do that. We are here to provide whatever help you need, and a lot of campuses could use some extra shade, so please give us a call, let us know how we can help, and we'll work together with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Christy. Sorry, before you go away, Christy, sorry. Christy, sorry. Just a point of clarification, could you let everyone know when Arbor Day is, so for scheduling purposes?
Arbor Day, let's see, March, well, there's a federal Arbor Day and a California Arbor Day. One's in March and one's in April. March. The grant, okay, the grant is March. So we'll go for the March one. We have planted in April. It's around Earth Day also, too.
Okay,
so,
perfect, thank you.
Generally speaking, that's the time, March and April. Thanks.
Okay, Ann Garrow, you will be followed by Stephen Schaefer.
Hi, good evening. I actually came here to support the girls' beach volleyball team, but something sort of has changed in my employment, and so I wanted to just ask, not a question because I know you can't answer, but I have been at Montalvo School for 21 years, and last week I was told that they're phasing out the English-only program, which means myself and 3 colleagues are going to be displaced, which is very disheartening and very upsetting. But to compact that a little bit, when I reached out to the district regarding other possibilities, one including possibly retiring from this district, I was told that the PARs had a deadline of October 30th. And I understand that, you know, with grants and different things, you have deadlines, but my concern is I was notified a few days ago that I was going to be displaced from a school that I've had my heart and soul in for 21 years, And so now I want to look at the possibility of leaving this district. So therefore, I wanted to be considered for releasing that October 30th deadline for the PARs, and something that I might consider. I don't want to leave teaching. I love it, but I might be at that time in my life, so I just wanted to have that on the record to see if that's something that can be available. Thank you.
Thanks, Ann. Okay, Mr. Schaefer, I saw you here earlier. There you go.
Good evening. My name is Steve Schaefer. I am the president of the San Buenaventura Conservancy for Preservation, and I just wanted to get you guys a little bit of information about what we've been doing in the community and in Midtown. We have just completed a fundraiser to nominate the Washington Elementary School, former Washington Elementary School, to the National Register of Historic Places, and what I've just passed out to you is the actual nomination that we had completed with the funds from our fundraiser. And I just thought I would not jump to the conclusion, which is that the building is in fact eligible for the National Register, and we hope to have it evaluated by the State Historic Resources Commission in April of next year, but just maybe to read a couple of little tidbits out of the history, which are kind of fun. So by July of 1925, the school was nearing completion. Superintendent A.L. Vincent declares that the new school was the finest in the county and could equal any school in the state. In 1929, the school board determined to move Principal Grace Howard Withers to Sheridan Way because they felt they needed a man to lead Washington School. The new principal, Mark Stanley, stayed for less than a year before resigning to take a job in Oceanside. Teacher Clophine Dooley became the temporary principal in 1930 before becoming appointed permanently. Dooley's mother had been the principal of her school growing up in Bakersfield, also named Washington School. Dooley was considered an innovator in education, making some of the earliest attempts to develop programs for gifted children and bringing the theater, arts, and the Spanish language into the curriculum. Her curiosity about child behavior led her to study mental health, and she created the Ventura Mental Health Association. She remained principal of Washington School until her retirement in 1960. The school is eligible under Criterion A for the significance of education because of its association with themes of civic and institutional development in Ventura. It represents that evolution of education as one of the oldest extant elementary schools, built and expanded as a response to the rapid growth of Midtown resulting from the development of subdivisions during the 20s. The main building and auditorium are also significant
30 seconds.
examples of architecture. The Mediterranean style is applied to educational buildings and streamlined for the needs of earthquake safety, and as the works of Harold E. Burkett. So I won't go on, but there's a lot of great information in there in this report, and we thank you for your cooperation so far and everything we've done. So just wanted to put that out there and make sure that, and your community in Midtown is very willing to support things happening at Washington School. Thank you.
Thank you, Shafe, and thanks for the little history lesson on Washington School. Always appreciated. Okay, that concludes our general public comments. So this brings us to what I consider is the big event. Item 14A, our annual organizational meeting of the governing board. It's our election of officers. So at this time, I would like to make a motion that Dr. Jerry Dannenberg assume the role of president of the board for next year.
I'll second. Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Levier?
Yes.
Trustee Forsythe?
Yes.
Trustee Peterson?
Yes.
Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
And Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
Would someone like to nominate Vice President?
I'd like to nominate Vice President Calvin Peterson.
I'll second. Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Levere?
Yes.
Trustee Forsythe?
Yes.
Trustee Peterson?
Yes.
Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
And Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
So we are going to take a brief recess to celebrate Dr. Dannenberg's acceptance of the role and also to shuffle our seats. So we have like a 10-minute recess. I apologize for those of you who are here from the public, and then we will reconvene.
Someone got voted in, sorry. So someone got voted in for the new president. So now there are, so that way they can switch seats. Because now it's like, oh, the president has to sit over here, the vice has to sit over here. Yeah. No, don't say sorry. Don't say sorry. We're trying to make a point. Don't say sorry. No. Don't say sorry. Don't say sorry. And I think oh. Oh, yeah.
I know we called for that too.
Thank you for letting us take that short break and move chairs, so we're ready to move on. Next is the presentation to our outgoing board president, Ms. Sabrina Rodriguez. Dr. Castro.
Well, first, let me welcome Dr. Dannenberg to this seat. No, you're not new to education, but you're new to this seat. So congratulations. Look forward to working with you. And I had these written comments in my jacket because since we sit next to each other, I know she's always looking, okay, what does he have there? So these were no, observant. So these were in my jacket. Amy, if you could bring forward the gifts that we'll share in just a moment. And then, of course, we'll invite the rest of the board to share some comments as well. But I just wrote down a few things. I want to thank Sabrina for these most recent years of consecutive service as board president. During my tenure as the Assistant Superintendent of Educational Services and now Superintendent, I've observed up close her deep concern and commitment to our families and the broader Ventura community. While she sits on a number of committees, and those of you who know her know that she is always busy and always committed. She's wearing many hats with innumerable responsibilities. I'm just going to call attention to three. Her commitment to and participation in the city's GPAC has resulted in our ability to understand in detail the processes with potential profound impacts to our entire city and obviously our schools. Her leadership in the CSBA has generated visibility and opportunities for our district. Her direct involvement in CSBA-led initiatives was responsible for our district to be positioned and ultimately selected with only a handful of districts in CSBA's Education Workforce Housing Exploratory Cohort. Her leadership on the Measure E committee ultimately resulted in a bond passing under extraordinary circumstances, the benefits of which will unfold over many years with thousands of future students and staff members working and learning in more functional and aesthetic environments. And with that, I thank you, President Rodriguez, former President Rodriguez, for your service. Thank you. Dr. Dannenberg.
Oh, well, first I think we'll let the board make comments. So, Alicia, if you'd like to start.
Thank you so much, Sabrina, for all that you do for our students, our families, our communities, and personally, thank you for just guiding me through, this huge learning curve that there is on, being a trustee, and I appreciate your guidance and just your warmth with welcoming me to the team. So thank you.
I just want to ditto what Trustee LaVere said. Coming onto this board, you're always that person to look for experience and knowledge. When the room could be, tension could build up, I could look at Sabrina and see a cool, calm demeanor, and that usually settled me down, usually. But that sort of leadership doesn't just, come with experience. That's a natural, innate ability. So I really appreciate that. I really appreciate your advocacy for parents, for students, for teachers, for basically anybody that follows under Ventura Unified. And it doesn't just extend to this district, it extends farther into the city, into the county, and you're always there to be the voice for an educator, for education. So I truly value that. And another thing, last thing, I really appreciate the fact that you pick up the phone when I call. And she does that for everyone. She does it for everybody. And so that is such an awesome thing for an elected official to do, for a colleague to do, and I really do appreciate that. Thank you.
Well, I'd like to say ditto for everything that they've said. And but no, I appreciate you representing us everywhere from the region to the county, state, local, all the way to Botanical Gardens. Ventura Unified is represented everywhere, and it's really thanks to Sabrina. So our name is out there, and she shows that we care. And I don't know where she finds the time to do it, but now she has more time to do more since Jared's person. But I just want to say thank you, and I appreciate everything that you do.
Sabrina, I want to thank you too, but not just all the stuff she does in the community and different community organizations, but she is the most active of us at the school sites in all the district operations, and I appreciate having your insight when you're able to talk to our employees, where some of us haven't been able to get out there like that. So I thank you, and I thank you for all you've done, and I'll appreciate your guidance over the next year as I make many mistakes. Congratulations on your new seat, and hopefully you won't have to come back.
Thank you. So if you know me, you know I'm much more comfortable speaking than having people speak about me, because it makes me very nervous. Antonio knew this when he planned this. But I did want to say a couple of things. I mean, one, I absolutely, and they know this, I love this job. I feel like it is such an incredible gift to be able to serve this community that I love so much, and to serve our children, and to be able to use my time and energy to make sure that the education we're providing to all of our community's children is the best that we can do. And to that end, I mean, I will just say I have the utmost respect for my colleagues. They are incredibly devoted and caring people, and it's a pleasure to work with all of you, and we have a great time. We're a really good team, and we enjoy one another's company. But the people who really make a difference are the people who have their backs mostly to the crowd. And I just want to take a minute to say, you know, Dr. Bayless, I have had great opportunities to work with you, and I admire your dedication and your thoughtfulness, and you are always willing to take the time to explain whatever it is to us, and often it requires many slides, but you know, Ed Services is why we're here, right? So it really does matter, and I thank you for taking that time. Ms. Wolowitz is the heart and soul of this district in so many ways, and if you know her, she has always got a kind word to say about anyone, and just has such a patient ear, and I really appreciate that, and I think it's helped us get through some really hard times, especially over the last few years, so thank you for your service. Hassan, our newest member, but certainly like could not have arrived at a more convenient time, because being in charge of our economic situation at a time where the budget is in flux and where there are so many choices to be made, you are incredibly knowledgeable, and you exude that confidence about like the numbers, and it's so helpful for us to make decisions, and you're always good to laugh with, so thank you for that. Andrea, you are always like the quiet person in the group, but you have so much experience and so much knowledge about us as a district, and you are so committed to our staff, and I really appreciate your constant dedication to that, and just the way that you are always advocating, particularly for our classified staff, and I just really appreciate that. And then Mary Ann, who is an absolute rock star and got us through COVID with her special messages. She knows we would not be here without her, but the one that most people don't see, Amy Dahm, is our executive assistant, and honestly, without her, none of us would get anything done, because she just saves us. And then lastly, Dr. Castro, it has been game-changing to have you join our district, and I can't say enough about how much I've enjoyed getting to work with you and seeing you bring your heart and soul to this community's children. He is incredibly patient and kind and dedicated, and I feel so comfortable being able to step away knowing that you are in the seat that you're in and the work that you're going to do. So thank you. I really do feel incredibly honored to have served for the last, I don't know, year and 9 months as president, and I look forward to continuing to serve the district as a just rank and file trustee now. So thank you.
Okay, we're going to move right along to item 14C, selection of dates and times of our regularly scheduled school board meetings. It should be in your packet of the dates and times if you've seen that. And do we have it to put up on the screen so the public can see it? We do, okay. Are there any questions from any of the board members? Hearing no questions, I'll take a motion to approve.
I'll move approval.
Second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Levier? Oh, sorry, Trustee Rodriguez? Yes. Trustee Levier?
Yes.
Trustee Forsythe?
Yes.
Trustee Peterson?
Yes.
And Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
Mr. Forsythe, I believe you've been on this last year, and are you still willing to serve, or?
I'm still willing, unless somebody else would like to take that. But looking at my committee, assignments, I don't mind staying on that.
Yeah, it's usually only about one meeting a year, if that. So, do we have a motion?
Motion to approve, James.
Second. Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
Trustee Levier?
Yes.
Trustee Forsythe?
Yes.
Trustee Peterson?
Yes.
And Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
And then 14E, Board of Representatives to district-appointed committees. You have the list that's been presented. Are there any questions or changes you want to request?
I just question about the highlighted yellow
DLAC.
part. Yeah, the ELAC. Or DLAC. I guess just we don't have somebody for that? Okay.
That's correct. At this time, we do not have someone serving in that capacity.
Do we have somebody who'd like to volunteer?
I mean, I would, but it's Spanish, right? That's typically is spoken in Spanish.
There's interpretation.
There is
I
interpretation.
was just going to share. That's exactly right. We can provide interpretation.
So I could do that.
Okay.
Absolutely.
So we'll accept that. So we'll make that change. Any other changes or considerations?
I'll move approval.
Okay.
Second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
Trustee Levier?
Yes.
Trustee Forsythe?
Yes.
Trustee Peterson?
Yes.
And Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
Now we'll move on to 15A. We have many speakers for this, but before we have the speakers, our thing is to have our staff presentation now, and then board will ask questions, and then we'll have our public comments, and then the board will deliberate and take action where appropriate. So, Dr. Castro.
Thank you, President Dannenberg. We'll have a presentation. I'll turn this over to Mr. Mirza in a moment, but also note when we earlier today, before we went to closed session, we made just an adjustment to the agenda that we had 5 bidders. One of the bids, although not listed, but it will reflect in our final updated agenda, was a bid of $440,000, inconsequential to the outcome of what's coming forward, but just wanted to note that we made that adjustment earlier. Mr. Mirza.
Yeah, good evening, board members. So the item presented to you tonight is the approval of the awarding of the bid of the sand volleyball court installation at Ventura High School. We went through the whole process. We have tonight our bond manager here, Adam Detter, and he'll walk you guys through the process, what it undertook, and how we got here today.
Good evening, everyone. So yeah, Ventura High School sand volleyball program previously utilized the Ventura State Beach location. Obviously the courts, we had a rough winter last year. The courts are damaged, and anybody who's been to the beach knows that that is also kind of, that's the game, and that's what the State Beach has decided. They're going to leave it in the current state. Facilities team began the initial project review of potential locations for various locations. They included Cabrillo Middle School, the upper parking lot at the Ventura Stadium, behind the snack bar there, the staff parking lot between softball and the portable classrooms, kind of where the ag program is, and the softball batting cage, as well as the asphalt basketball courts right next to Tuttle Gym. Upon coming on board, we initiated the review of the current and future projects, and we tasked a landscape architect to review all the potential locations. After reviewing everything previously, facilities, the bond team, Ventura admin, PE teachers, everybody, wow. Preliminary, the upper parking lot was identified as the preferred location, but after going through it, the outdoor basketball courts were identified as the most viable location due to various reasons, parking, ADA concerns, all of the above. The landscape consultant, the design team, went ahead, produced preliminary designs for everything. We went out to bid with it, knowing that time is of the essence with sand volleyball season, quickly approaching. While it was out to bid, we obviously heard the concern of a lot of staff, as well as that the upper location is still the preferred location. And so we went back to our landscape architect, sat down, reviewed everything again, met with Ventura Fire, and we were able to come up with a solution for not only ADA, but a fire hammerhead that'll allow us to place it in the upper parking lot. It meets all of our criteria. It seems to tick all the boxes for everyone. And it's going to be an amazing location. The view is, of course, as you all know, just incredible. And being that the project was out to bid, this doesn't change anything. We didn't change any of the scope. We simply picked it up and moved it up top. So it actually, we save the trees. We don't touch any of the trees. And again, it's in a great location, and it's going to give the sand volleyball team the facility they need. Any questions?
Any of the board members have any questions for me?
I have a few. Sorry, I was wondering, Dr. Castro, could you talk a little bit about like the impetus in Title IX for making sure that we're providing equitable facilities?
Sure. I'll pass this on to Mr. Mirza just to talk in general. But in general, the district needs to be aware of total expenditures related to male and female sports. In this case, we are talking more of a facilities issue, but it's certainly something that we're constantly aware of, making sure that there's parity, as close to parity in male and female expenditures for sports related. Mr. Mirza, is there anything else that you want to add on that? Is that
No,
covered?
I think you covered it. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
And then, one of the questions that we've heard is around creating a master plan for facilities for our athletics department. So I was just gonna, and I know that this, part of the reason I asked the question about Title IX, right, is that there is impetus to get this done because they have a season coming up. But the longer process of creating a master plan for some of our athletics facilities, what would that entail? And is that something that is part of the vision?
So part of this bond project, a long-range master plan for athletics is not included. So what we did was create a long-range master plan for our facilities needs. And so we're going to have an upcoming special board meeting sometime in January that discusses the priority
January
1,
18th.
priority 2, priority 1, priority 2 needs of the district, and kind of give the board an update of updated cost expenditures, because I think when that report was done, it's way outdated. The construction costs, all of the costs have increased quite a bit. So at that meeting, you'll hear how the facility needs have been changed along with the cost updates. And but it does not include like a long-range master plan, because this bond does not call for any new structures or buildings to be built.
Most of the, just to touch on that or expand on that, most of the athletic needs are basically renovations. We're not building a new stadium. So it's primarily renovations and removal and replacements, basically. Yeah.
And then I guess my last thing is not particularly a question, but more of a comment. Recognizing we haven't done a bond and undertaken significant facilities renovations in a long time because we didn't have the money. This is kind of our test case, right? So that I think we've worked out a lot of kinks in the process, and I hope that as we move forward, we're creating a system where we engage more intentionally with the community, both our on-campus and our neighbor community, to make sure that the actions that we're taking and spending these bond dollars are consistent with community values, and that we're doing things efficiently, right? Like, as somebody who, they've heard this a million times, deeply involved in the bond campaign, I don't want to see us waste those dollars. I want to make sure that we're being as thoughtful as we can in doing these activities, while at the same time, not delaying the process so much that our kids aren't getting the services that they need. So thank you for moving it.
Absolutely.
Really appreciate the new location. I'm excited to attend their matches, and thanks for the good work.
Thank you.
Yeah, do you guys have? Okay.
So I know that I am rather new, but how are we communicating what the bond money, like our priorities, and what projects are, you know, kind of on the horizon? Just how, in general, how are we communicating that out to the community and the public?
Adam, do you want me to take this one?
Sure. Yeah, start it off.
We have a very tiered plan depending on what's being done. But you will very soon, although because of the holidays it's a little bit delayed, see those large wooden signs that says Measure E bond monies, improvements being made here with a list of the things happening at each of those schools. So that'll be out front, in front of every school. In addition, we're updating our website as these things are getting approved. We're putting those on the Measure E website. Tomorrow, once you all either approve or don't approve, an email is going out to the staff at Ventura High School as well as all the families at Ventura High, letting them know about the updated projects that are occurring there for this particular item. And because there's a number of large projects happening at Ventura High that may impact or provide a large amount of questions from the neighborhood, a postcard has also been developed that will be going out to that neighborhood, letting them know about what's going on so they have some of the facts rather than just guessing when they see the construction trucks show up. Trying to remember what else. Our newsletter obviously has had bond measure information for all of our families for some time now, and we have been placing that on our social media sites as well. I think that's at least the larger district picture of what we're doing.
I think to answer your question about the priorities and the decision making, I think on January 18th at the implementation plan meeting, that is exactly what we will be presenting to the board. In-depth look at our current facility needs and how our priorities may or may not have shifted from when the facilities master plan was initially approved years ago. And so that'll give you, the board, an opportunity to provide input to the staff of, you know, maybe where you would like to see priorities shifted. So we do need that input.
We've taken the long-range master plan that was approved in 2020 and started narrowing it down into priorities after meeting with grounds and maintenance facilities, and we've been meeting with every single principal again because there's obviously been some movement, and it was you know, quite a while ago. So that'll provide us with the roadmap that there's some very clear trends across the district of projects that need to occur, you know, in the near future.
I was just going to ask.
Thank you.
I was going to ask if we can fold in our community councils to that outreach effort, because I think that's a good way to contact families who don't have kids in our schools, because they're neighbors, right? And they would probably like to know. And then in the bond outreach campaign, we did a lot of work with our service organizations, you know, Kiwanis, Rotary. So maybe making sure that we loop them in as well to some of our updates so that they know what we're doing. Thank you.
Will do.
So I got a few questions. So who specifically is on the bond team with the district?
So you have myself, you have Ryan Hughes, who's the bond facilities planner, and you have Ray Richards, who's the bond project manager. Yeah. Okay. And we have Balfour Beatty as our, you know, auxiliary help for construction and project management.
Okay. So this is, the volleyball courts were something that were being considered way before I was on the board. Most of us were on the board. Is that correct?
Yes, and Adam, if you can just share kind of like, I know we went through it in the first slide, the background, but can you talk about some of the urgency that we were responding to as we went, this started kind of in facilities round before you came on?
Yeah, my understanding is this has been a discussion for a little while, right? And obviously, you know, funding is always the stickler, you know. But I understand that this has been a discussion for a couple years. The state beaches, aside from their condition, even when they were in good condition, created a lot of scheduling hurdles for the volleyball program. And so it became apparent that Ventura High School needed their own facility. And correct me if I'm wrong, I'm sure Artie will correct me later, but I believe that, you know, Ventura was the only one that didn't have it on campus either. So this was a long-standing plan, and then when the bond team came on, we kind of picked it up from facilities because it is going to be a bond project, of course.
Okay. So I guess my, not my issue, but it kind of came as a little bit of surprise as far as, you know, we're going to be spending bond money on a certain thing before we even got to a point where we could even look at what, you know, what we need to actually do. So as my perspective at the time was like, okay, so if we spend money on this, what are we taking away, right? What is our master plan? But it sounds like this was part of that initial bond discussion, correct?
So yes, broadly yes. What I think is important to note, I just want to pick up on something that Asan had shared earlier. Before I do that though, we're kind of like walking the line of the agendized. So that this item is agendized is discussing the bid of the sand volleyball court, but the nexus of connection here is process, right? So I do want to reiterate what Asana shared, that on the 18th we'll be talking about like a comprehensive view, but something that applies here equally as much as it will in that discussion is, if you remember back when we were discussing why do you need a bond team in the first place, and that was a discussion that this board had when we hadn't had a bond, and so we were talking about there are some real issues that come up between when you're trying to maintain and improve facilities, and then when you have bond projects. And so this concept of what are those projects that we should prioritize, that prioritization is something that, as Mr. Mirza touched on a moment ago, that's what we will be discussing on the 18th. So then you come into like, what are those routine issues that we want? What are some general guiding principles? We want parity between sports, between schools. So what does that look like? If you remember back when, as a bond project, we were looking at improving our pools. And so we were hearing from the community when one was impacted, and then the other was impacting another, not another sport, same sport but different school, there were some concerns. So we're trying to be in all ways as responsive as we can in real time to making sure that we're really trying to maintain parity of facilities. So that's, I know it's not the direct answer to your question, but it's an ongoing issue of making sure that our facilities are accessible, and that to the degree that we can, going back to also Sabrina's comment about Title IX issues, those are things that we're constantly trying to juggle and make sure that we're addressing.
I appreciate that, and the fact that we're moving it away from the basketball courts is a big plus in my mind. I think that goes to equity and you know, making sure we have parity amongst sports. So is there going to be any impact to parking or ingress of or the flow of traffic within that area? During the construction?
There is a loss of parking stalls, yes. There's not really any impact regarding, that was the biggest hurdle, right, was fire access, and we were able to come to a resolution on that. So there will be a loss of about, I want to say 24 spaces, but we actually gain an ADA space just due to kind of where we put them. And so there is a loss of parking, but talking with staff, it doesn't sound like it's extremely impactful.
So it is not going to impact the surrounding neighborhood if our students start parking on the side of...
Students don't park there during the
Students
day.
don't park there.
Gotcha.
It's only used right now.
Only during the River game.
Right.
Understood.
I believe it's only used less than a dozen times a year as it is right now for overflow.
And mine is more of a kind of a comment that, you know, this became a hot topic, and what you're seeing right now is actually when we have discussed it. So whether the public knows it or not, because I got a lot of feedback on it, asking us, why did we decide to move it to the basketball courts? Why don't we do this? This is actually the first time as a board that we've talked about this. And so I know I talked to a lot of people in the public, and it's kind of hard to believe, but because of the Brown Act, we cannot discuss anything unless we're all together and in the public. So as we're sitting is when we're talking about this for the first time. So I wanted to make that comment because I spoke to a couple of you about that. And I know as I said it, it kind of seemed hard to believe, but it's actually true. This is the first time the board has actually commented about the sand volleyball courts. And I agree with James. I think we made the right decision. And when I say we, the facilities, they do a lot of research when they're deciding on where things go. So it's not because one person says, I like it here, or we need it here. There's a lot of factors that we don't even think of: environmental, fire, police. There's a lot of things that go into these decisions, and we rely on them to give us the best recommendations. And then most of the times the recommendation is the right recommendation. And I believe this time it is the right recommendation. I think it's in the right place. But I just want to ensure the public that we don't do anything behind closed doors, that we do everything in public, and we want to communicate with the public and get your response to it, because that helps us in the final decision.
What I'd like to do is I'd like to thank staff for reconsidering the location so we didn't have to cut down trees and that. But what you're saying is, well, we haven't discussed it as a board before. We do take the concerns we hear from the public, we share them with the superintendent, and he then in turn shares them with staff, and they come up with a plan to hopefully meet everybody's needs. So I think this is a good compromise, good location, and I appreciate again the staff's reconsideration. Thank you.
Thank you.
I got one more.
Okay.
Just one more statement. Just so you all realize that we all looked at our property tax, this year. I think most of us opened up that letter and said, "Oh my gosh, how much more am I paying?" So we're all seeing the effect of our Measure E hitting us, and I just want to let you know that we as a board is feeling it too. Not only are we feeling it, but we're being good stewards with that. I want to make sure that we continue that. We're transparent, we're open about what we do with that money, because it is impacting. It's impacting a lot of families.
Hearing no more comments, I'll move to the public comments. First, Tim Garman. Garcia, is that what it, oh, Garcia, I'm sorry.
Good evening, you guys. First of all, I want to just state that I've been in contact with many of you throughout my time here at Ventura High School in the district, and you guys have always been great about responding back and communicating and talking things through, and I really appreciate it. I also want to acknowledge our principal, Marissa Rodriguez, for her stand-up, approach to things and being a great leader for us at Ventura High School, and it's been great having her. So I'm here just to talk about the sand volleyball courts. I'm here to say that I'm in full favor of sand volleyball courts at Ventura High School. I've always been in favor of that. The location, when things first came out, I was kind of shocked about the location, and I voiced my opinion about the location. And I'm just thankful that things were thought through and adjustments were made, and they were going into the upper stadium lot. That is the best place for them. It is going to serve our girl volleyball teams throughout years, longevity-wise, a great place to play. And so thank you guys for seeing that through. Adam, I know you've worked hard on that, so thank you for that. My next thing is just a little bit about the bond and how all this ties in. I think transparency has been used up here, with the bond, and I think that is very critical as we move forward. I'm a longtime Ventura resident, went to E.P. Foster Avenue School, De Anza. I was the first ninth grade class into Ventura High School. The youngest of 5, right, in my family. I've got 3 boys. My youngest is a sophomore at Ventura High. My middle one's a senior. My older one went through. So I've seen a lot of changes, great changes within our district. Been associated with Ventura High School for years. I wear many different hats. I'm also involved in the CTE program, so I have interest, invested there, head football coach, and I really care deeply about what goes on, not just within what I do, but also for all of our students on campus. And so this is a really good thing. It's great to see girls softball going to be getting a scoreboard. They're working on their dugouts right now and revamping things for them. We just have many needs that I hope that we're heard that are being heard from people in the trenches like myself as we move through this bond process. So thank you.
Okay, Alita Marquez.
Hello, I'm Alita. I want to say thank you to Sabrina and Dr. Castro and Marianne Quiros. They're always returning my emails that I'm always asking. A lot of my questions really kind of already got answered. I just wanted to say I am in favor of the sand volleyball courts, and I appreciate that the location where it is going to be at and not taking away the basketball courts and the trees. My major concern was how the bond decided with the installation of the project, but now that I kind of see that maybe the master plan was outdated, because when we looked at the old master plan, 0 to 9 years in the priority 1, there was nothing for athletics. And then in priority 2, for the 10 to 15 range, the only thing under athletics was a new snack bar and an outdoor learning area. So that was just kind of a concern to me. When the 18th comes, I would love for the bond team to meet with the coaches and the AD and ask them not what really they need, but what needs to be fixed. There's some issues at the stadium that I personally have seen, and that is the stairway that goes up to the snack bar area. There's poles there. There used to be a chain back in the Stone Age when I was there, but there's nothing. So it's on any given time you can go to a football game and just see people stumbling and falling. They're either up at the top or at the bottom. There's no in between for them. The other is the pathway that goes around to the back. The pathway is just horrible. There's no railing. So that needs to be addressed, I feel. What else here? So with all the sports that use the stadium, they all deserve to have the best accommodations in the best 4 years of their athletic. And I hope that the team will be a little more transparent when things go to get done. And then I want to thank Sabrina, because she is, what I love about you is that you always, the hard questions, you're never afraid to go against the team or go against, so I really appreciate that. Thanks.
Next up is Artie Manman.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I stand before you not just as the volleyball coach or the beach volleyball coach of Ventura High, but a passionate advocate for the spirit of excellence that defines Ventura High School sports. First, let me extend my gratitude to the esteemed board, the dedicated district employees, and our outstanding VHS principal, Marissa Rodriguez, and her administration for all the great work that's been done in developing sand courts on campus at Ventura High. I want to emphasize this initiative's impact on our beloved school, our athletes, and our families. Women's beach volleyball has seen amazing growth over the last few years, and the experience at Ventura High School has been no different. The program took on immediate interest, and we've grown every year since the inaugural CIF season of the 21-22 school year. After 2 seasons and a recent fall training block on an off-campus public facility, I cannot stress enough the imperative need for on-campus courts. It goes far beyond convenience. It's about safety, accessibility, and the environmental liability for our student athletes. The chosen location at Larrabee Stadium parking lot is not just ideal. It's where we started our journey 2.5 years ago. And while I cannot speak about the process, I'm thankful to have the right team and the right eyeballs on the project today. Ventura High School holds a special place in my heart. I'm passionate about beach volleyball, and more importantly, nurturing young athletes and young individuals. We're building a high-quality women's sports enrichment program at VHF, both on and off the sand. Playing on campus will go a long way in furthering that endeavor. I'm joined by 5 or 6 different parents tonight, volleyball families. While they represent just a fraction of our 40 families, Their presence speaks volumes. These parents are here as witnesses and advocates for the court build-out, and they're ready to share their perspective if needed. While I cannot claim to speak for every member of Ventura High School community, I can certainly vouch for our student athletes and, of course, our beach volleyball enthusiasts. The prospect of having sand courts on campus is not just a want, it is a need. It will profoundly benefit our student athletes, both future and present, and their families. In conclusion, I extend my sincerest gratitude for your time tonight. Your approval is not just a stamp on a proposal, it's an investment in the dreams and aspirations of countless young women athletes who will thrive off and on the sand at Ventura High School. Thank you.
Spencer Norn. Spencer.
Good evening, Mr. Dannenberg, Board President, trustees. I wanted to also give a shout out to the security guards outside providing security for us, and also if there's translation for this meeting, I'm not sure, thank you to translation. I came in tonight to support the decision that staff has made in recommendation of putting volleyball courts above Larrabee Stadium. I think it's a great win for the community. I think it's a great win for the sand volleyball court team, women's volleyball team, and also if it gets done this year. Getting it done as soon as possible, getting that on campus was a huge priority. I'm glad that got accomplished. I mostly just want to ultimately say thank you to the trustees for reaching out to me and answering my phone calls and talking about this, and also staff. I think the process was good. Probably wasn't exactly how the community wanted it in foremost, but the fact that the district came through, heard the community, I see great things for the bond process going forward. I wanted to say that I was somebody who actually was involved in the bond process. I worked for the Measure E committee in that process as well. I was paid to do social media and promote that. And in that process, it was about sports, kids, pools. And to see that money being spent right away with urgency is great. That's what the voters really want to see, is our money being spent in the biggest needs at the fastest point of time. And I also want to say it's a good indication moving forward, because I think the county could be coming with a bond, transportation bond coming very soon. I've heard a city council meeting that they're going to be looking for a facilities bond from the city of Ventura. So as we cohesively work together with the county, the district, and the city of Ventura, this is a great representation, example of how the voters can see their money that Trustee Forsythe talked about in that $600 this year being spent right away. So thank you for moving quickly on this and making a very responsible decision. Thank you.
Eric Slayton.
Good evening, and thanks for thinking about volleyball. It seems like small peanuts when it comes to the important academic decisions for our kids. My name is Eric Slayton. I'm a family physician trained at VCMC. I'm board certified in family medicine and sports medicine, and I'm just going to give you sort of a ribbon to tie up this really well packaged, very well wrapped package. As the head team physician for Cal State University Northridge, which many of you have heard of because it educates most of our educators in this county. It's right over the hill from Ventura County. And I'm going to get a perspective on how important this sport is and how much it's growing. It became a Division I competitive sport in 2015. And I'm proud to say that CSUN was the 40th required university to have that distinction. So and now there's 67 Division I programs. There's 176 programs in colleges across the nation, and there's all these opportunities for young women to go play this sport in college. And the reason I want to bring that up is because this is an opportunity, and if in case anybody on this board is thinking about waiting on this, I'd like to try and convince you otherwise to seize this opportunity to develop our young women as athletes, maybe to go on and play in college. Because to play in college, and I know the college business, it takes dedication, it takes a lot of talent, but it also takes opportunity. And I see this as an opportunity for young women to not just have extra vision for that opportunity to play in college and that opportunity. And what's interesting about this particular program is that we had an indoor team that just went 15-0, and we went up to Santa Barbara, the sort of volleyball mecca, and beat those teams 6 times this year. And these young women are now playing, yeah, it's getting fun. And those players are all like club players, and you know the difference between high school and club. When you think about the Ventura team that did what they did this year, they were able to do it with mostly non-club players, and that's an opportunity that I'd like to expand here by building this now, making it available to our young women. So thank you much for our time, and go Cougars. Thank you.
Dave Richard.
Hi, I'm Dave Richard, and I'm a proud Ventura High School parent. First thing I'd like to do is thank Artie Maidman. He is a fantastic role model. He has worked tirelessly on this project for years, and we're close to the finish line. We're almost there, and so I'm really looking forward to you passing this tonight. As Rick said, time is of the essence. The season starts pretty soon, and these girls have been waiting for years. Rick's daughter's a senior. If it doesn't get done this year, she's not going to get to use those courts. So again, please vote yes tonight, and again, thank you all.
And Shannon Richards.
Hi, I'm Shannon Richard. I'm a mom of a sophomore this year, and she was one of the chosen ones last year. I'm bragging. She got an opportunity to play at an upper level at in Santa Barbara, and there were, I think, eight girls, 4 teams of they play in pairs. They got honors for honorable mention as freshmen. We had other players make first team, second team, and it's a very proud moment for a mom to feel that. I know that Artie works really hard. I mean, we've had no courts to play on, and it is very dangerous down at the sand courts that we have for the that state provides, with all the bottles, caps, refuse from the ocean, the waves and everything. And there's very, very windy down there. In fact, we beat one of our best opponents down there because of the wind, because we practiced in it. And we have beaten the Santa Barbara teams, and they do have an upscale program more than we do. And we have been trying to build this program. It's very important for our children and our girls to be able to take it to the next level. These girls practice hard. They go from indoor season to outdoor season, which it's hard. Right now we're in winter and they're practicing in gale wind force. We do need something on campus. I was not really excited to hear that they wanted to put it on Cabrillo because we still have to travel. I'm a mom. I do not work. I'm very fortunate. My husband makes a good living for us, and I take kids down to the beach quite often. They usually have full cars, because these girls aren't drivers. They're freshmen, sophomore, and yeah, some of the seniors do take the girls. So getting it on campus is really good for these girls so they don't have to travel in traffic, walk, and drive with other young drivers. That's a big concern as well. Being on campus will give these girls a boost. You go to the football games, there's fans. You go to the baseball games, there's fans. You go to all these events, and they're really popular with our kids. They have something to do. They have a lot of support from their peers. These girls, with us playing up in Santa Barbara, a lot of the kids do support their volleyball programs because it's a great program. And I did see these girls light their fire up when they're
30
playing.
seconds.
Because there was opponents to them, and they're screaming and yelling for the other teams. And I think that's really beneficial for our girls to have that on campus so kids can see this and be like, whoa, these are volleyball program. And most people don't even know about the program. I mean, it's really quite funny. I think the camaraderie would be great. I think it also opened doors for the people that don't even know about the volleyball program. Girls that want to play a sport, they can come out and play and learn. I appreciate your time, and I hope you do think about our girls and the support that we will give them in approving this measure. Thank you.
Thank you all for your public comments. I'll entertain a motion.
I move that we approve with the J&H Engineering General Contractors bid as recommended.
Second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
Trustee Levere?
Yes.
Trustee Forsythe?
Yes.
Trustee Peterson?
Yes.
And Trustee Danforth?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
Item 16A, approval of supplemental novels recommended by Supplemental Text Recommendation Committee, full committee review. This is a first read. Dr. Bayless?
Thank you, President Dannenberg, and I do apologize. This is not a first read. This is something that came to the board in November, and so this is just for action. This is the same set of books that
So
have been.
that's our error on the.
Yeah, I apologize. That's our error.
Yeah.
Yes. This is the same. This is a set of books that have been on display upstairs, and we've received no comment on them. So we're pleased to again bring this for action tonight.
Take a motion.
I'm happy to support this. I just want to call out for those who weren't watching our last meeting. One of the important things about this is the diversification of our reading list and really bringing kind of some unseen voices to our students' supplemental novel list. So I make a motion to support.
I'll second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
Trustee Levere?
Yes.
Trustee Forsythe?
Yes.
Trustee Peterson?
Yes.
And Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
Okay. We're gonna take a short break. Normally at this time we take a break so that board members can regroup. So thank you. We take a 10-minute break.
Do you want me to take one of everyone? Oh, that's cute. Yay! You're gonna be Do you want me to, I know, right? Afterwards, I'm like, what do I say best? Gone back and forth. Like, look at my schedule. So that is awesome. I love it. What do you guys think until what time?
We go to lunch, so probably 1:30.
All right, if not,
Do you think there's any consideration for the
we can talk about the
Thank you. We're back from our break. Appreciate having the time. For the board, just a note, before you leave this evening, Ms. Dom needs signatures from all of us. So make sure that we sign whatever documents we need to sign. Thank you. Item 16B, consideration of new courses. Dr. Bayless?
Yes, thank you, President Dannenberg. Pleased to bring 3 courses for the board's consideration. One course, the Intro to Film, Art of Storytelling, is just a replacement for an existing creative writing course at Foothill, but these courses can all be offered at all of our high school campuses. And the honors film is an extension. It's an arts-based elective, sort of an arts-based pathway, Film 1 and Film 2. And then the third request is for approval of Applied Algorithms, which is a makerspace course, and starting particularly at Foothill Technology High School, but again, available at all the other high schools as well. It's a chance for students to 9 through 12 to have a makerspace opportunity, even prior to determining whether or not they want to be involved in the D-Tech Academy. So please bring these before you, and happy to answer any questions you might have.
Does any of the board members have any questions?
Is the applied algorithms as like a math-based, or is it just a non-math, non-science kind of?
Yeah, it's I describe it as sort of an integrated math science elective, and I think the algorithm part is just the process of learning, trying, failing, and in order to create and design everything that students can do in a makerspace environment with 3D printing and all the kinds of things that we associate with design tech.
Great, thank you.
Any other questions?
So I noticed that the funding source says school budget, but I was just curious if you anticipate needing to supplement that as these courses are adopted.
Great question. I actually noticed that too. So when we say school budget, we mean that it's funded through the staffing allocation that a school receives as a result of their enrollment. So if these courses, we want to be able to bring these before you now so that we can put them on the list of course offerings that we post to students in January. And if there's sufficient enrollment, they'll run. If not, they won't run. So there'll be no additional money. It's just through sufficient course enrollment and through the regular staffing allotment that each school gets.
Any further questions? This is a first read, but we can approve it tonight if anybody wants to make a motion.
I'll motion to approve.
Second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
Trustee Lavier?
Yes.
Trustee Forsythe?
Yes.
Trustee Peterson?
Yes.
And Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
Okay, 16C, request for consideration of revised course. Again, Dr. Bayless.
Thank you again, President Dannenberg. This is the entry-level course for the Design Tech Academy at Foothill Technology High School. And the request for revision is just that it's moving into the junior year, and it's being revised as an F course, which is a fine arts course, which is what we're doing with, when possible, some of our CTE courses, so that they can be A to G in non-G elective areas, but also in other areas. So really pleased to bring this for you. This will be great for students, and it will help them fulfill their A to G and stay in the design tech pathway.
Any questions from any board members? Hearing none, again, this is a first read, but we can approve it tonight if somebody wants to make a motion.
Move to approve.
I'll second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
Trustee Lavier?
Yes.
Trustee Forsythe?
Yes.
Trustee Peterson?
Yes.
And Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
Item 17A, from Human Resources, approval provisional interim permits. Ms. Wolowitz.
Thank you. So at times when we are recruiting for certain positions that require credentials, we're not able to find candidates that have completed successfully all aspects of that credentialing process. And so the Commission on Teaching Credentialing, or the CTC, allows us alternative ways to authorize those individuals. with certain considerations to be fully allowed to be in those assignments. And so we are bringing forth to you this evening an individual who is in that space, as we do on occasion, and they're in the process, and our office continues to support them to ensure that they stay within the timelines to meet those considerations and support them to get those pieces that are missing from their full credentialing process completed, and so that they can be fully credentialed in the assignment in the near future.
Are there any questions?
What are the timelines?
It depends on different types of the waivers or the permits, but this waiver they're typically 1 year, and then depending on the waiver or the process, there's different considerations for each one, but this waiver is for 1 year.
So it's a state waiver, it's not like
Correct.
the district, it's state requirements.
Correct. We apply through the Commission on Teaching Credentialing.
I'll move approval.
Okay.
Second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
Trustee Levier?
Yes.
Trustee Forsythe?
Yes.
Trustee Peterson?
Yes.
Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
Okay, next, item 18A, revision to the exempt salary schedule. This is a first read. Ms. Crouch?
Great. Thank you, Dr. Dannenberg. This evening, it's recommended that the board adopt the presented changes to the classified exempt salary schedule. There are minor modifications and realignment of wages being proposed, and that's due to the increase to the state of California minimum wage effective January 1st, 2024. Minimum wage will increase from $15.50 an hour to $16 per hour, and therefore it's necessary that our exempt salary schedule reflects these changes.
Are there any questions?
I move to approve.
I'll second. Sorry.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
Trustee Levier?
Yes.
Trustee Forsythe?
Yes.
Trustee Peterson?
Yes.
And Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
19A, certification of signatures, first read. Mr. Mirza?
Okay, this is an annual process that we bring forward to the board to certify the authorized signers for the district to be able to sign contracts, sign purchase orders, and that's what we have in front of the board today.
Are there any questions? Hearing none, I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
Trustee Levier?
Yes.
Trustee Forsythe?
Yes.
Trustee Peterson?
Yes.
And Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
19B, Resolution 23-35, authorizing participation in the California Hybrid and Zero Emissions Truck and Bus Voucher Incentive Project. Mr. Mirza?
Yes. So the resolution in front of the board tonight would authorize us to participate in, we're just going to call it the HVIP project from now on. So what this allow us to do is we would have to turn in 4 of our diesel buses in order to be approved for 4 new electric buses. The total grant amount is $1.38 million, and this would just complete one step for us to get in line for that grant.
Okay, do we have any questions? Okay.
Does the 1.3 cover the full cost of the 4 electric buses?
I believe so, yes.
And then do we currently have charging capabilities, or is that something that we would have to add?
I could actually divert that to Ari. Ari, our transportation director. I know we do have charging capacity here, but I don't know if this grant would cover the charging station.
Good afternoon or evening. So first, I want to say that it doesn't cover 100% of the buses. Right now, the electric buses are coming in at about 400 to 450, and this grant covers, I believe it's 380 or 385 per bus. However, we're trying to get a second grant to go on top of that, so we're working on that, but that one hasn't been approved yet. And the other thing too is, by the time this whole grant goes through, it'll be about 2 years. So I don't know what the prices of the buses will be in 2 years. maybe less, maybe more, probably more. As far as charging, so we also have a grant for it to get chargers, and we're going to have, right now we have 2 chargers at the Crooked Palm facility for charging the 2 buses we do have. So we'll have 4 total chargers there, and then we're going to put 4 chargers out at the Satakoy bus yard at the Atlas facility. So the grant does include chargers, though. And that's mostly what takes the longest, is getting Edison. They're about 1.5 years to 2 years out to get all that infrastructure put in.
But the buses that we are replacing are the ones on the cycle for replacement as far as the age goes?
Yes. Yeah, they're our oldest ones.
Well, I know we said that it was 4 buses, but I think on the paperwork there are 6 buses, right? I just, when I pulled it up, I thought there were like 6 buses on there.
Yeah, so we have, we already were approved for 1 grant through the Ventura County Air Board, and that was for 2 buses, and then this is a separate grant for 4 more buses. So it's 6 total buses that we're going to be swapping out.
Oh, okay.
But it's 2 separate grants.
2 separate grants, yeah.
Yeah, this grant here is just for the 4. We've already brought up the other 2 from the Air Board a while ago.
Okay, because I just when you said 4, because I think when you drill into this and it has the serial number and stuff of the buses, on this one, they're saying that we're disposing of 6. I'm pretty sure.
Which is correct, yes. So we're disposing of the 2 buses that the Air Board gave us. We hadn't done that yet, so that's part of this one, and then the 4 more for the new grant. So 6 total.
And just to enlighten us, we have to replace our diesel buses by 2035, correct? Is that, or am I that number not, or that date?
I'm sorry.
We have to replace our diesel bus fleet anyways, correct? As part of the California.
Well, we just won't be able to buy any more diesel buses. We don't have to replace them, but we can't buy any new ones.
Sure.
So right now that all this free money's coming out, we're
taking advantage
the most we can to get electrics, because they're very expensive.
Understood. And then what are the range for electric buses? Do you know offhand?
Yeah, that's one of our problems. So the range is about 120 miles, they say. Oxnard has an electric bus, and they're getting about 80 out of theirs. So that's why we want to put them out kind of in the Satakoy area, because those routes are shorter. And we should be able to do the routes on though. The issue that we have mostly is we can't do the far field trips in the electric buses, so we do need to keep some of our diesels for field trips.
Right.
However, the state has stated that we can't replace any diesel buses, but anytime there's an opportunity to replace with gas buses that don't take diesel, we're going to look for opportunities for that. So we'll have to look at our operation and see a combination of, until these electric buses get more range, we'd have to have a combination of both.
Gotcha. Thank you.
I was just going to share that. I mean, I think one of the things that we're very fortunate, because a lot of districts around the state can't use electric buses because they have elevation gains, and we're just really fortunate to live in a relatively flat place so that we can take advantage of the electric buses the state is trying to give money towards. So thank you for being proactive on that.
Sure.
Any other questions? If not, I will entertain a motion.
I move to approve the resolution.
Second. Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
Trustee Lavier?
Yes.
Trustee Forsythe?
Yes.
Trustee Peterson?
Yes.
And Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you.
Next, 19C, the 23-24 first interim financial report. This is the first read.
Okay, good evening, board members. Tonight I'll be presenting to you on the 23-24 first interim. Just to get into the agenda, we'll talk about the reporting requirements, then go over the reserves, discuss enrollment and ADA trends currently, revenues and expenditures. We'll discuss the changes from adopted budget to now first interim. And then we'll talk about the ending fund balance and go straight into our MYP and look at our fiscal outlook for the 3 years out. So just to get right into it, the first interim, next slide. Oh, okay, sorry. The first interim covers, this is the first time that we could update our budget. Our adopted budget was back in June. There's a lot of changes that happened from now until then. When we're actually developing our budget, there's a lot of unknowns still. We sometimes don't have final estimates, final awards and amounts for our revenues. So we're still closing out the fiscal year, so we don't know our carryover amounts. So this is the first time we could actually update the budget and give a look at our financials. So the first interim covers the expenses from July to October 31st. And then we have another point that we could update our financial picture, which is called the second interim, which will be coming to you in March, and that covers 6 months worth of expenses, July to January 31st. So just to keep that in mind when we're talking tonight, we're just talking about expenses that occurred from July to October, then we're projecting out for the rest of the fiscal year. Okay, so glad to state that we will be certifying positive certification. We are able to, we exceed the state required minimum 3% reserve. We currently maintain a 6% at 14.8 million for 23-24, and it changes in the out years, but we maintain the same consistency of reserve at 6%. And just to put that in perspective, just keep in mind, board, that this 14.8 million I don't feel is enough. It only covers about one month of payroll for our district.
And to be clear, this is the smart thing to do, because if you looked in the past, sometimes we've borrowed money, so we had to pay to make payroll, so we lose money. And this kind of ensures that we don't spend that extra little bit, but only for 1 month.
1 month. The level of reserve that our maximum level of reserve that we could carry based on the size of the district, and our size, we're only allowed to carry up to 10% of reserves. But at this point, we are at 6%, which covers 1 month of payroll. And yes, to answer your question, the higher going into our state, possibly bad outlook for the financial outlook, it's better to have a high level of reserves just in case the state decides to possibly do deferrals. What that deferrals is they state they're going to give you revenue, but then they don't give it to you for like 5 or 6 months down the road. So it's always good to have a good level of reserves.
Hassan, since you're talking about the state outlook, and we're not going to get into this portion of the presentation, can you just share in general when we're going to be seeing an update from the state regarding projections?
So later on in the slide, we discussed the current LAO forecast of a potential COLA of 1.27%. That's early projections. I mean, I know right now we still have the January governor's budget to go through, which in my opinion, it's kind of like a wish list. Then we have like a May revise, and what happens in the May revise most likely solidifies during budget adoption at the state level. So we have several chances to look and see what the future is going to hold before developing our budget.
Thank you, Hassan. Part of why I just wanted to introduce that timeline, because it's not really a part of the presentation, is also that although we would love to shore up our reserves to like a 10% maximum, we also have a lot of information that's pending from the state related to the overall fiscal timeline, and so we need time. So we're not prepared to make that recommendation, although in general, absolutely, the more that we have in the reserve, the better.
So next slide, if we look at our enrollment and ADA trends, currently our 23-24 enrollments at 14,629. Our last year's was at 14,980. Our actual ADA currently is at 13,340. What I mean by ADA is average daily attendance. That's what our LCFF, our local control funding formula, is based off of. And so right now, the state has allowed us to do a 3-year average. It hasn't always been like that. It was always either the current year or the previous year, whichever one was higher. And so since COVID happened, they were allowing us to either use the current year, previous year, or a 3-year rolling weighted average. And that is going to come to an end. I hope not, but if it does, it'll have a significant impact on our ADA funding. As you can see right now, if that was in effect, 23-24, our current ADA would be 13,340, and if we look at the previous year, we're at 13,736, so we would have to use one of those two numbers as compared to what we're currently funded as. It's at 14,746, so it would be significantly less. And I know that's not only going to be for our district, that's going to impact everyone statewide. Next slide. Okay, so for general fund revenues, we have the slide you have here is you have your 23-24 adopted budget and then first interim and what the changes were. And so for LCFF revenue, we just updated our projections for our average daily attendance. Our federal revenue, we updated all of our expense and revenue amounts. Our ESSER 3 funding needs to be reflected in our budget as fully spent because that timeline is expiring September 30th, but we feel, the district feels like we will be fully spent by the end of this fiscal year. State revenues were increased from adopted budget. We added the $2.3 million of Prop 28 funds, which we received our preliminary allocations from the state website, CDE. At that point, we feel comfortable enough to budget for it. However, we have not received any of that funding yet. We should receive it sometime in February. We'll wait to see. We added $4.2 million of updating our revenue allocation for arts, music, instructional material, discretionary. And then the remaining of that was to update our expanded learning opportunities budget revenue amount to $7.9 million. And then we matched to match the expenditure plan. Local revenue you saw a reduction in. We reduced our Medi-Cal billing, which is, we call it MA billing, which is Medi-Cal. And so Medi-Cal is really delayed in giving us our revenue. So every interim period, I like to analyze that and and pretty much budget to reflect the actuals. We still haven't received payment from like 2017, 18, 18, 19. So it's kind of hard to budget for Medi-Cal billing. But it doesn't make up the majority of our revenues anyhow. Next slide. So this is taking a look at our combined expenditures. I've broken up the next two slides to split them out. You have your unrestricted expenditures and your restricted expenditures, and this combines it all to give you the total change. But I feel like if we don't discuss the difference in each category, unrestricted, restricted, items get lost when you look at the total combined. So, Marianne, can you go to the next slide? Unrestricted expenditures, you see a decrease in our salaries from adopted budget for $62 million to $60 million at first interim, along with classified salaries decreased $1.4 million, and the benefits followed. And then you see quite a bit of a decrease in supplies and services. Capital outlay has been increased, as you heard Ari discuss, just the increase in potential capital outlay for possible vehicles and facility needs. And then so our overall strategy here with the unrestricted, because that's where your LCFF dollars reside, is to maximize your categorical dollars and categorical spending first. So you find those categorical dollars in the restricted portion. So your Title I, Title II, Title III, all your ESSER money, your special ed cost, all your other programs outside of your LCFF primarily lies in the restricted. The restricted expenses and restricted revenue have specific timelines that you must spend by, so you want to always spend your categorical dollars first. So ultimately, we know that we have a lot of this decrease is just to maximize unrestricted dollars and shift it to other programs that need to be fully maximized, such as your ESSER 3, your Title I, Title II. Now, if you go to the restricted side, that's why you would see the opposite. You see that we decreased it in the unrestricted portion, but then we increased it in the restricted side. Just as I was mentioning, all those categorical programs lie in the restricted. Specifically, I want to highlight services. Special education services and contracts lie in the restricted portion, and so we were able to analyze our budgets and decrease the amount that we're budgeting for special ed contracts, about 5.3 million. And so that was just us doing internal cleanup of our budgets and to ensure that we're not overstating the budgets. Next slide.
And Hassan, just as we transition a little bit and pivot here, Hassan's done an excellent job of talking about restricted versus unrestricted budgets. Other terminology that the public will hear us using is like one-time funds.
Yeah.
And those one-time funds have come in the shape of federal dollars and also state dollars. In general, thematically, we are just seeing a drawing down of what we've really been living off of. In fact, the entire state has been living off of for many years now, going back to COVID. So we are seeing the phasing out of these one-time dollars, and we have reached really kind of the end of a couple of these major pools. So again, thematically, restricted versus unrestricted, but just to make that connection that we are down to the last couple of our one-time big funds. Some of them go until 2028, others end in 2026, but that's essentially what we're seeing.
So specifically what Dr. Cash is referring to is all the COVID dollars that we received are pretty much coming to an end. They came into different pots and they call them different things like gear, ESSER 1, 2, 3. Essentially, those ESSER 3 dollars are expiring at the end of this fiscal year. The remaining one-time dollars or categorical dollars that we have is learning loss, which was at 18 million, but now it's at 15 point something million. But that goes up to 2028. Okay. Sorry, next slide. Yes, so this is a school services dashboard, and this is what we use to prepare our budget. So as you can see, you have the COLA up there at 8.22, 24-25 COLA currently is 3.94, and that goes to my earlier comment that the LAO, their early predictions are 1.27, which is dramatically lower than what we thought. And so that has not been changed at the first interim because I want to wait until at least after the governor's the governor's budget and closer to second interim to see if I need to update that if things solidify. But however, we did input the 1.27% COLA in our LCFF calculator to see what the impact would be if that comes to fruition, and it's for our unrestricted LCFF dollars alone, it's a decrease of approximately 5 million. And then if you look at the COLA, which is applied to several different categorical programs, such as special ed, Title I, Title II, when we combined all of those programs, it decreased it at almost $4 million on the restricted side. So it's, we're just gonna wait to see what that looks like. And so then along with our CalPERS rate, if you see, a CalSTRS rate is staying consistent across the board for 19.10%, but our CalPERS rate is going up year after year, 26.68%, 27.70, and 28.30. And those are just the planning factors that we utilize to develop the budget. So at second interim, you're gonna see this again with a more up-to-date version of the dartboard, and hopefully the out year won't have a devastating COLA. We'll see. Next slide. And yeah, this is just everything that I discussed here with you earlier. So that's just for you guys to look at. Next slide. So our ending fund balance. So our beginning balance was 17.9 million. We had income of 194 million with our expenses approximately 146. Our contributions are now 34.9 million. What I mean by contributions is for our district, the only two contributions that we have is contribution meaning programs that can't fund themselves, so we have to make general fund contributions to cover that cost. So we have routine maintenance, which there is no special funding for, but the state requires us to, our total of our expenses for the general fund, we have to minimally put in 3%, which comes in at like 7.3 million. We're already at 7.9 million for our expenses for routine maintenance. So we meet that contribution amount. And then the remaining program here, we all know that special education is, underfunded across the state, right? That's not any new information, but our contribution alone is about $27 million out of the general fund to cover special ed programs here. And so, but however, it is down. So at budget adoption, we were closer to 39 million. So just those adjustments in our budget alone, just tightening up position control, taking a look at, the budget in and out, we're able to decrease it on our own. The concept of reducing the contracts is either, you either want the positions in the budget or you want the contracts. If you can't have both. And so when we're looking at our expenses, what we do is take a look at our last year's actuals and 2 years prior's actuals to kind of give us a trend line of, okay, and then look at our current adopted budget, and then I have another column say, okay, now what do I want my new budget to be? So at least I could look at a 3-year history to say, okay, I've spent maybe 14 million last year in services. I spent the year before that 13 million, maybe 13.5 million. Why do I have a $19 million budget for? Is there something that's new this year that didn't occur in the past? So we're able to actually dig in and dive into the expense line item to see if that's a valid budget or if it just needs to be reduced. Okay, so with that, where are we? Sorry. Our contribution, so that unrestricted, one back, please. So that leaves us with an increase in fund balance of 13.6 million. So if you add the 17.9 and the 13.6 on the next slide, you'll see that becomes our ending fund balance at 31.5 million. And so that is broken out into these assignments, specifically to use for these purposes. So we have the 6% of reserves at 14.8 million. $365,000 for our inventory, the warehouse. We have a reserve for instructional materials for 2.8 million. Our savings for the health and welfare to switch from Gold Coast to SIBO at 2.3 million assigned, and then we have a reserve set aside for declining ADA at 11.2 million. As you saw, we were declining approximately 200-300 students a year. And so we have a zero designated unappropriated ending fund balance. So that is the unrestricted side. Now if we go to the restricted side, which is the next, you have an ending balance of 4.
If we just can go back to the previous slide real quickly, just to make a connection. Something that Hassan shared earlier was related to the potential funding of districts. That 3-year model, what he shared was that there is some talk of moving away from that 3-year model. If that were to happen, again, between our natural declining enrollment, although a little bit muted this year, so we had some good news there. But if the actual funding model were to change, that's why this reserve was necessary, because we still don't know. We'll know more in the spring, but right now we were accounting for that.
But even that $11 million wouldn't cover it, right?
It would help.
It would help, but it would be more like $15 million.
Yeah, it would help, but no, it wouldn't cover it. Yeah.
So what do you mean by moving away from the 3 years ADA average?
Hassan, can you share with some of the discussion?
Some of the discussions that was implemented, the 3-year average, specifically due to COVID, to help alleviate the impact of the loss of enrollment, declining ADA, students were missing. So the state acknowledged that and allowed us to minimize that impact. But there's considering talks of removing that, and that may be a harsh reality for a lot of districts, that the steady decline, that mitigating impact is no longer there.
But if they removed it, wouldn't that put us back to square one? Because you do the previous years, right?
It's
so
the current year or the previous year, whichever one was higher. And so right now, which for us right now is the previous year at 13.7 compared to 13.4 right now. But currently what we're funded at is 14.476. So it's about 1,000 students. Yeah, ADA impact, multiply that by approximately 12,000. That's like, there's your 11.2 million right there. Yeah.
Yeah, and I'll just close this portion of the conversation with, this was something that the state, it was brand new to us. We started the year last year with this really important thing. It was kind of a life buoy. But the other piece of that too is, in doing so, the state held kind of artificially high ADA projections. And so, but now either way, we are still dwindling toward the end of what were these artificially high ADA projections. So now we'll be living closer within our means over the next couple of years, either way.
Okay, so our restricted budget is our ending fund balance is at 42.7 million. And these are the assignments specifically for that make up that 42 million. You have your arts, music, discretionary block grant at 8.8 million. You have your learning recovery grant that was reduced from 18 to 15 million now. Then that one goes up till 2028. You have your reserve for expanded learning at 9.8 million. Educator effectiveness, which is mainly for professional development, and that goes up till 2026 at 3.4 million. And this this pot of funds that we'll be analyzing to hopefully help us alleviate the general fund even more, as you know we have in-service days, anything that's an allowable expense for educator effectiveness for both certificated and classified normally comes out of the general fund for professional development. So we're going to be looking at expenses and professional development opportunities that instead of paying it out of the general fund, we can move it towards educator effectiveness, because we do want to fully spend that money. And then the remaining is you have partial tax, 808,000. Then you have your CTE at 1.4 million, and your K-12 strong workforce grant, and then the remaining is like site district grant donations at 2.7 million. And so before we get into the MYP, we want to talk about the assumptions that go into the MYP, because the MYP is going to look drastically different than it did at adopted budget. And so need the board to understand the assumptions that are played out in here. So we have the school services dartboard, right? Our current COLA is 8.22%, but the 2 years out, 3.94% and 3.29. The LAO's office is projecting 1%. I mentioned that, you know, that's approximately $5.1 million in the unrestricted side, and then another $4 million in the restricted side. We do have our savings from the PARS implementation accounted for in the MYP. So we have a savings of $5.3 million accounted for, but also the payment that the district has to make out for the next 5 years starting next year of $1.8 million. So that nets to about $3.2 million of savings that's accounted for in starting next year for the MYP. You also have, sorry, next slide, Marianne. This is just solidifying what I mentioned yesterday from the LAO's presentation. So the other assumption in the MYP is your ESSER 3 funds. This is one-time dollars amounting in $14.2 million that will expire at the conclusion of 23-24 fiscal year. We technically have until September to spend it. Like I mentioned, we should be done fully spending it by the end of this fiscal year. You have $6.5 million of that made up of supplies and services that are automatically going to go away because you no longer have the funding. The remaining $7.7 million, however, consist of ESSER 3 funded positions, and that assumption is that they were not included in the next 2 years of the MYP. So if these positions are not reduced, costs they need to come back into the general fund. And so you'll see an increase in your general fund position and the unrestricted side for $7.7 million. You do have the option, the board does have the option of transferring it to your other one-time learning recovery emergency block grant that you still unspent in the amount of $15 million. But, you know, if we do the math, we'll be fully spent in 2 years if that was the option that the board chose to go to. Moving those positions that are in ESSER 3 to the learning recovery block grant. And so those are the assumptions that are in the MYP. So if you follow the MYP, you have the beginning balance and then the projected revenue for this fiscal year. And then your projected expenses, that gives you your surplus or your deficit, right? Your surplus, if you look in year one, we're at 15.4 million surplus. And then that ending balance becomes the next year's beginning balance. 74 million goes to the beginning balance, and then you have your revenues, expenditures. 24-25 fiscal year, you're looking at a surplus of 10.8 million, and then 25-26, you're looking at a surplus of 3.6 million. And so that is completely different outlook from what we had. We came a long way, right? We were at a $21 million deficit, but the board here made a lot of decisions that helped get us to this point that we are now. So at this point, we are currently not deficit spending, and we are still maintaining a 6% reserve. And so, yeah. But however, if you look at the impact of the $7.7 million, just for instance, the third year out, you would be deficit immediately. So, you know, we're talking $3.6 million, like $7.7 million immediately that changes the outlook. Not even the $7.7 million. If you look at the loss of revenue that we could potentially have if the LAO's forecast comes true, right? That's about $5 million loss in the unrestricted, and then another $4 million. That $10 million surplus for the next year is immediately wiped out. So it's dealing with the multiple situations. You have the impacts of your 3-year averaging of declining ADA going away. You also have your one-time dollars ending. And then you have the state revenues and forecasts not looking so good as of right now. So, but for now, we're not deficit spending, so it's good. It's good. So the final notes here that you know, we are able to effectively manage our cash flow without the need to borrow. We need to continue to be prudent in development of the budgets to ensure fiscal solvency. One-time dollars concludes. Subsequent course of action will be to further reduce general fund expenditures while continually to maximize the use of categorical funds. And position control is so important. I mean, it's really 80% of our budget is staffing, and so we really need to make sure we maintain strong position control. With that, it's recommended that the Board of Trustees approve the 23-24 first interim report.
Before we take questions, I just would like to make a couple of comments. First of all, thank you for this detailed report, and I especially want to thank you for clearly delineating your certification, and in particular your positive certification up front in your report, so that I don't have to ask for it every year. So you know, that's about all. You know, with all the numbers, they get confusing, but to know that we've got a positive certification, which is the best certification we can have, it's nice to have that. And then second, congratulations on no deficit spending in this particular part of the budget. With that, we'll take questions from other board members.
So first, yes, thank you. And I don't really have a question because we went over this quite a bit last Friday during the special board meeting, but I guess at the risk of being Debbie Downer, the LAO is projecting for the next 6 years potentially a $30 billion per year deficit in the state budget for a combined $155 billion up until 2028. And one of the things that was mentioned in an LA Times article that I read after our special board meeting, the LAO analysts suggested one way for the state to address this is to reduce education spending to the statutory limit, which would next year reduce our spending on education statewide by $17 billion. So I know you don't have necessarily an answer to that, and I wouldn't expect you to, but I guess I would just, I guess the question is, how much time would we have to adjust to that kind of a scenario? And do you feel like we have the tools we would need to be able to do that?
Yeah, because this is specifically talking about first interim this year's budget, right? we have plenty of time to develop next year's budget and what that fiscal outlook would be. So we have the January's governor's budget, and then we also have May revise, which I'm able to update our projections to reflect that. And then when we actually come to budget development at that time, we'll have a lot more greater detail and things that are more solidified. When we develop next year's 24-25 budget, we'll have a lot more information to update our projections.
Thank you, Hassan. I'll just add a couple of real concrete examples of what are things that districts could do, and I'll just harken back to those of us who were around in 08. We're not imagining that scenario, but things that happen in that scenario. So let's go back to some really important decisions that this board has made over the last 2 years. One of them was for a lot of reasons, we established the base level staffing concept, so that way as a district we could anticipate costs by the size of our schools. One thing that's in our tool is right now we are fully funding that base level staffing concept. Obviously, per the contract, we have to staff per the contract, right? That's an aside. But from a base level staffing perspective, right now we're fully staffing everything at that base level staffing. We could reduce that. We could reduce it by to 85% of what we've decided from base level staffing. In the way that we have site level budgets, that we're trying to maximize the flexibility that we give sites and principals and school site councils. We could reduce that. None of these things are exciting. None of these things make people feel good on the inside, but we have a lot of tools in order to be able to do that. Right now we're really as generous as we can running sections. Dr. Bayless talked about new classes that and it is our intention to run those if we have critical mass. There are sections that we allow to continue to run, even though they don't necessarily have the enrollment that we want. We could revisit those with a finer lens. So I just wanted to give 3 examples of things that have in the millions of dollars of implication, where really easily we could take a look and say, okay, these are the areas where we start to trim, and that squeezes millions of dollars out of the budget immediately.
And on top of that, for what we don't have in this budget is the board approved the solar project, right? And that's supposed to be completed within 2 years. Those energy cost savings are not built into this budget as of yet. We want to wait till that project is complete. And if you recall, it's approximately $3 million of reduction, and those are all general fund expenses. So there are things that we do have that are not included in the budget because the project is not complete yet. I don't want to project $3 million savings until we see it come to fruition.
Any other questions, part of the board?
I just want to thank you and your team. Thank you for living with your headspace so far in the future. That'd try to be insane to been depressed. And Dr. Castro and the rest of the board for making some of these hard decisions. There's a lot of dire outlook, and I think a lot of districts are feeling that. I just want to go back to what Dr. Castro said, that we actually we're seen as kind of like the gold standard in many ways as far as how the county perceives us. And also really want to just thank our associations for being partners in this whole experience. I know it's hard. I know it's going to be a lot of decisions going to have to be made, possibly in the future. But having that partnership and that trust is important, and we need to foster that, because that's the most important thing here is our kids and our employees. So keeping them in the process is absolutely key, and I think we're doing that. Thank you.
And I just wanted to restate what Sabrina said, that we're not just taking all this information right now and saying, okay, you'll approve. We actually had a study session where we went slide by slide. We asked a lot of questions. So I know today it seems like we're taking a lot of information and kind of buzzing through it. But believe me, we took a lot of time and grilled Hassan on some items. He made it out okay. He got a little more gray today, but we're not just taking this information and approving it right away. We did spend some time on this.
I'll entertain a motion.
Motion to approve?
I'll second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
Trustee Levier?
Yes.
Trustee Forsythe?
Yes.
Trustee Peterson?
Yes.
And Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
Item 19D, request for approval of contracts exceeding $25,000. First read. Mr. Merzen?
Yeah, so, Board, what you have in front of you tonight is just routine in nature, but these are the contracts that exceeded $25,000 from our last board meeting to this board meeting. And so, any questions?
I think we asked that these always be printed out for us every board meeting when we get them. We didn't get the printout this time. I mean, it's on the attachment, but I think we asked to have it in front of us every board
Okay,
meeting.
that's our error. We'll fix that for next time. Our apologies.
So not a question, but I had asked Dr. Castro in agenda setting about the bond-related contractors that we're using here, and I did share with him that I would look them up, and I did, and I recognize that we're using a lot of local suppliers for that, so I just really want to call that out and thank you for prioritizing using local vendors. So Jordan and Bain, Krugen, Benson, Zemer, they're local Ventura businesses, and we're using our bonds to support local businesses. So thank you for that.
Any other questions? If none, I'll entertain a motion to approve.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
Trustee Levier?
Yes.
Trustee Forsythe?
Yes.
Trustee Peterson?
Yes.
And Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
On to our conference agenda, 21A, State Seal of Civic Engagement Introduction. Dr. Bayless.
Yeah, thank you, President Dannenberg. I'm pleased to bring this item back. This is, it's been about a year and a half. About a year and a half ago, the boards passed a resolution making our district one of the state's districts to engage in this process of establishing local criteria to provide students an option upon graduation to earn a state seal of civic engagement. So this is a state level process, or a state level option, and I just want to applaud the district for that. So we have an update for you, and we're getting near the finish line when we can provide our students with that option to earn that civic seal. And just by way of background, we have the state offers a variety of seals. We offer some local seals, but we have like the state seal of biliteracy. We have the state golden state seal of merit diploma. So these are actual seals affixed on a student's diploma and transcript denoting excellence in certain areas. So as a former history social science teacher, really pleased that we're a district that is engaged in this. So I'll invite Carly Donick up to the front. Carly is the chairperson of our State Civic Seal Committee. She's also a fantastic U.S. history teacher, 8th grade, of all three of my kids. So thank you. And she is our current, only current national board certified teacher in the district, former and a former state Teacher of the Year. Is it national? Was it international?
Both.
World?
Yeah.
National. And so we're just really extraordinarily fortunate to have her in the lead. So I'm going to invite her to give a little introduction, because you're going to see this item come back in the spring with the committee's recommendations for how students can earn this seal. So Carly.
Thank you for your time this evening. It is my pleasure to talk about the State Seal of Civic Engagement tonight. I wanted to start with just some background about the seal. It is formal recognition conferred by the state of California for California students in 11th and 12th grade who demonstrate both an excellence in civic education and participation, and they demonstrate an understanding of the U.S. Constitution, California Constitution, and the democratic system of government. The state student eligibility is based on 5 criteria that the state put forth, but the way they wrote it, they gave a lot of opportunity for districts to decide how that should look for their students. And so that's what we've been working on for the last 6 months, is taking that criteria and making it appropriate for the students in Ventura Unified. So just to give kind of a little history of the state seal in terms of Ventura Unified, in 2020, the state adopted the criteria, and then in spring of 2021, the board passed a resolution in support of the state seal. I spent the next 2 years working with different school districts in the state to see what they were doing for the seal and kind of learn from other districts of what their expectations were, so that we could be in a really good position to create it for our own district. Last spring, I sent out an email to all of the high schools in the district asking for teacher and administrator participation in the committee. And we also felt it was really important to have student voice. So we also asked students to apply to be part of the committee. And I'm thrilled to say we had a number of students who applied to be a part of it. And it's been great to get their feedback as we move through this process. So starting in the fall, we began to draft the criteria with the intention that in January, February, we will bring that criteria to the board for approval. And pending board approval, we would like to roll out the criteria in the spring of 2024, and then start the ongoing process of reviewing the criteria, making sure it's still appropriate for our current scenario and our students, and continue to review and revise as needed. We have an amazing committee that I have had the pleasure of working with, Bobby Powers, and then we have various high school representatives, assistant principals. We have a high school counselor who can give us kind of the perspective of how does this help for students when they're applying to colleges and looking at their future. We also have a few juniors and seniors who are part of our committee, and as we move forward to the next phase of our planning, we're going to be inviting community members to join us to give their input as well. There were a few things that the state asked us to consider when putting together the criteria. One is accessibility, making sure that we removed as many barriers as we could for students to be able to earn this seal. Also looking at depth, not just the seal is for high school students, but their long term is to start working backwards and get civic engagement in the middle schools and elementary schools. And then interdisciplinary, making this something that's not just a history social studies project, but working with other content areas as well. All students in California public schools, charter schools, juvenile justice system, or alternative school settings are eligible to earn the seal, and local educational agencies are able to develop their own specific criteria based on the state criteria, and then they also have flexibility in deciding what that might look like for middle school and elementary schools. So the criteria from the state, and then in January or February, I'll bring back the specific criteria for our district. There are 5 areas. One is that students must be engaged in academic work in a productive way, that they must demonstrate a competent understanding of U.S. and California constitutions, the function and governance of local governments, tribal government structures and organizations, the role of the citizen in a constitutional democracy, and democratic principles, concepts, and processes. And then the last 3, that they participate in one or more informed civic engagement projects to address real-world problems that require them to identify and inquire into civic needs or problems, consider varied responses to those issues, to take action and to reflect on their efforts, that they demonstrate civic knowledge, skills, disposition through self-reflection, and that they exhibit character traits that reflect civic-mindedness and a commitment to positively impact their classroom, school, community, and/or society. So, thank you.
Carly, thank you very much. Happy to answer any questions, and I just want to thank also Bobby Powers, and I know that Sarah, you've been a part of this work as well, so team effort, but thank you, Carly, for your leadership here. So looking forward to bringing this back to you and getting your input on the criteria.
Thank all of you. Any questions by part of the board?
First, thanks for staying so late. I wish we thought about it, moving you guys up so that you wouldn't have to be here so late. But also, I'm curious because when I first joined the board, Shuri Ulau and a few other teachers used to bring their students to board meetings. It was like kind of part of their required participation. Do you envision something like that as part of this? Because I think it would be great. I mean,
I think so, absolutely. I think the state has, and the criteria, I don't know what the committee is developing in terms of the criteria, but I think it's going to be more than just a one-off visit to the board. I think it's going to involve more of a project, a higher degree of engagement, because it is a seal. I think that in those AP government courses or government courses, those requirements to visit a local governing body of some kind one time, just so there's a one point of contact. That's certainly one level. I think that those still happen. But Carly, any thoughts about that?
Shree's one of the teachers on our committee, and she has talked about that. And then we talked about making that kind of a bigger project and considering attending school boards for a specific issue, and then being part of educating themselves about that issue and what are possible solutions. So to take that visit and expand upon it so it fits the criteria.
And I'll just note that could take the form of public comments. And we had a student make a public comment here tonight, and I just want to really commend that and respect that. And this kind of civic engagement, and I do remind people about this a lot, it comes from all different points on the political spectrum. And we embrace that, and that is a part of the ethic of what we teach and the value of civic discourse and following the process. They come, they speak, they do it in their 3 minutes, and it's well done and well said, and it contributes to the overall process of board governance.
Thank you so much. This is wonderful. I think it's great to have this civic engagement, real-world examples, and also really focusing on nonpartisan, right? Making sure that we're reflecting, what is actually being said and what's actually being done as far as what's happening in our state, but through a lens that doesn't have that vision or cloudness hanging over it. My question is there plans, I guess this is not really, but since it's a California state seal, would there be plans for our students to go up to Sacramento to actually see the government working? It's part of its, educational, because it's a, state seal, you're looking at tribal, you're looking at state. That's kind of like the hub is Sacramento, right? So is that something that's going to be envisioned, or we're staying local here?
I don't know.
We have not talked about that yet.
Yeah.
Okay, that's just something to throw out. Thank you.
Yeah.
Well, I just want to thank you for all your hard work, and I see why you had national recognition, possibly world recognition, because we've all had lecturers who we want to take a long walk off of a short bridge, and you have a voice that you can listen to and it'd be easier to learn from. So I just want to thank you, but I can easily see why people you have success. Thank you.
Well, we thank you for the presentation. Look forward to seeing it in the spring when you bring back the program. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Moving on to the consent agenda, items 22 through 25. Does any board member have any item on the consent agenda they want pulled for separate discussion? Hearing none, I'll entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Move to approve.
Second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
Trustee Levier?
Yes.
Trustee Forsythe?
Yes.
Trustee Peterson?
Yes.
And Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
Moving to item 26, board reports. Do any of the board members have reports?
So I wanted to share two sort of event-related things. This past week, I attended the Prop 28 training at VCOE. It was the second session, really informative, and it was great to see so many members of our admin team there to learn about the implementation on their campuses. And I was supposed to send all of you this request, so just know that I'm not expecting you to have done what I did, but next time maybe we'll work on that. Last week we attended AEC, our annual education conference, and in the past the board has shared out kind of what we learned at conference and brought materials back for the public in case they're interested in what we spent the money on attending this conference. And so I just wanted to share what I attended. I had a chance to attend a number of important trainings, but so best practices for nurturing the superintendent and board member relationship, which was presented by our former superintendent, as well as the state fiscal leader talk on California economic outlook. And I was there with Dr. Castro, and it was very depressing. And I still haven't completely recovered. But in addition, I also attended training on ChatGPT as a tool for teaching and learning. Calvin and I together attended training on significant disproportionality and impacts on special education and of overrepresentation by race or ethnicity. I think actually that was one of the most impactful trainings I attended during the entire conference. It was really fantastic. And then I also attended a training from Santa Monica Unified on detracking 9th and 10th grade English education, which was fascinating because it's something that we've talked about in this district for a long time for our middle schools, and so understanding kind of how they went about that. So I will share with Marianne, or with Amy, my notes in case anyone else is interested in looking at what I attended. And then for me, the personal highlight was I got a chance to attend the AI task force for CSBA, and got to spend almost 2 hours with Saul Kahn of the Khan Academy. It was amazing, and yes, I got a selfie. And I just feel like my brain grew significantly during that 2-hour period. And Dr. Castro and I are hopefully going to be meeting with someone from Conmigo to talk about our potentially piloting some of the things that they're doing. So really, really exciting stuff.
Thank you. I want to thank staff for all of your presentations tonight. Again, thank you. I know it's a lot of work, and I appreciate it. Last month, I did a couple site visits with Dr. Castro. And I was just really impressed by all that they are doing at Pacific High School. I actually ordered that book, The Hate You Give, and I'm reading it with my daughter right now. So that was great, and I just was really impressed by all the extracurricular activities and stuff that they were doing at Buena that we got a chance to see. That was great. I also attended the LCAT meeting last month, which was very informative. And I really enjoyed hearing from the students that attended, and it was just great to see their engagement. I also attended the conference in San Francisco a couple weeks ago. One of the highlights for me was the workforce housing training that I went to. It was just really interesting just to hear what other districts and counties in the state are doing and how they're partnering with different entities. And I just am looking forward to those conversations with our board as well. So, thank you.
Okay, so I also attended the AEC conference in San Francisco. What really kind of stood out to me were the legal issues that were currently being discussed, and how not only the Ninth Circuit, but how other school districts are handling some of the more interesting and also it's going to be very common issues that are facing districts throughout the whole state. So that was kind of interesting. I also attended the workforce housing training as well. And there's some amazing architectural work and ideas out there for school districts to act on. So I'm looking forward to having more knowledge or gaining more knowledge in all those areas. But that's basically what I did. Thank you.
Well, we all went, so, and some of the things we attended together, but it was very informative. Actually, I attended Anacapa Middle School I think it was on like the 17th of November, and I don't know why they picked me since I don't eat a lot, but I was a judge in a tamale contest and a salsa contest, and it was very interesting, the different levels and different textures of tamales and salsa, from very cool salsa to like I don't ever want to taste it again, hot salsa. But it was really fun. It was actually at the Pachanga event at Campo Middle School, and they had a really nice DJ and neon lights, and it was really fun. They had food trucks, so it was a really good event. And then I went to the Buena Oxnard basketball game, which was a really good game. Unfortunately, we lost by 1 point, but we were up by 1 point with like 18.7 seconds left, and they got us on the last shot. But it was really entertaining. I took my daughter, and I think that was her first varsity boys basketball game, so she got excited, and it was a really good game. So I love supporting the teams, and other than that, like I said, AEC it was very informative. So thank you.
And I'm sorry I didn't get to go to the annual conference this year, but maybe next year. Missed all of you. Glad you all had a good time and learned a lot. Coming events, Dr. Castro?
Yes, and Trustee Peterson, I think that night at Annie Kappa, you were also there for their concert, right, as well.
Oh, yeah, actually, yeah, that was thank you. Oh, yeah, you were there. Yeah, I saw you. Okay, yeah. It was a really good concert.
Okay, thank you. So upcoming events, obviously winter break is coming up. Just want to use this, promote this time for our families. Just an amazing time to connect with people within our families, outside of our families, and then also to reflect on the school year that we've had. Hope everyone enjoys safely and warmly the winter break. I want to thank also our PAC committee. We have another meeting coming up. I have the pleasure of facilitating this, and our staff and board members are there as well. I appreciate their input and process on that. And then we have our AAPC coming up as well, and thank them for their continued contributions to how we shape our district. So those are our coming events.
I actually think the AAPC meeting is tomorrow, I believe. It's the 13th. I'm pretty sure.
Okay. We will take a look. Thank you.
And also this week, Foothill High School has their Elf the Musical presentations beginning on Thursday evening.
Okay, our future agenda items. Listed are the ones that we have. Are there any other agenda items anybody would like to try to bring forward? Okay, hearing none, we'll move on. Board superintendent comments. Do we have any comments from any of the board members?
Yeah, I had a couple of things. One, I know I've been Debbie Downer about the budget, but I also just want to say the most important thing we can do about that is advocate, right? Like, I think we have learned that using our voices locally with our elected officials and also at a state and federal level to advocate for education funding is going to be more important than ever in the coming years, because if the budget is tight, we want to make sure that education is still getting as many dollars as we possibly can. So I look forward to doing that with you. And then, just with all the things in the news recently, just wanted to wish all of our families a peaceful holiday season, for the chance for our staff and our students and their families to connect with loved ones. And I look forward to seeing them in the new year.
Again, I just want to thank the staff, everybody, for helping out. Specifically, I want to thank our board and our executive team for how welcoming you all have been. This has been a year, so I just want to thank you for a wonderful year. I mean, I've learned a lot. I'm still learning a lot. I'm still going to say I'm new. If anybody asks. 3 seats over. No, I can't do it. But when we were at San Francisco, I think that best illustrates how well we all get along. Not only how well we get along, but how well we communicate. And it's really kind of reflective of maybe the Ventura community and how easygoing, how community-based we are as a city. And so I'm glad we're just such a great reflection of our town. Because I could tell you from going to those other board meetings or those other with other board members, we have it pretty good as far as interacting with each other and communicating in positively, right? Some people wouldn't even introduce each other. They wouldn't even sit with each other or invite each other to dinner. So it's really phenomenal that we have a really concise team that is working towards the betterment of our students. And I think that's where being student focused is what kind of binds us together. So I just want to thank you guys all for that.
Well, everyone knows my favorite part about going is to see how jacked up everybody else is so we can feel better about ourselves. I come back with lots of stories of how I'm glad I'm not there or over there. So I'll piggyback on what James said. You know, it's fun to see them do that, but I like coming back here with our group. But I mean, that is my favorite part. So really? Thank you guys.
On behalf of the entire board, I would just like to thank our teachers and all of our classified staff for what they do every day with our students. I wish them all a happy holidays and a happy new year, and hope they get some rest over the winter break. And with that, Dr. Castro.
Sure. Thank you, President Dannenberg. In addition to not just being haters, we love our colleagues across the state. We all have challenges. I'll just add that I want to appreciate our county superintendent. I had the opportunity to meet him fairly recently, and he acknowledged the work that this board and this team has done to just to address budget issues. He lauded us for the initial work. Obviously, there's work ahead related to the use of our properties and potential interest in housing. And finally, just to piggyback off of the comments that have been made, I'll echo what's already been said, but also thank you. What I appreciate about us and our team is that we push one another to get better, and we do that in the interest of our staff and our students, and that feels good. That we're continuing to better our district and not being afraid to look at the areas where we need to improve. Also, this is on me to get equally as good about celebrating all the wonderful things that we're doing, but also just continuing to look forward. So thank you to our team that's here, and I'll also acknowledge. Thank you to those in the back, how you moved from over there. Someone must have given you direction to not sit where we can't see you, because we can see you all. Thank you. That makes it not as much fun, but certainly a lot easier. Thank you. And thank you also to VASE for your continued support, making us look good, sound good, and be better. Thank you.
I assume we have no need to go to closed session. Before we entertain a motion to adjourn, I would like to thank TDC Studios and all the guys for your help in making sure that we get seen and heard over the air. And then just to remind the board, we need to sign some things before we leave tonight. So with that, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
Trustee Levier?
Yes.
Trustee Forsythe?
Yes.
Trustee Peterson?
Yes.
And Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.